users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data.
Yo, what up, though? What up, though? We got a bunch of stuff to get to. No, not you. Um, sorry if that came on a little strong. I was trying to get to. Oh no, desktop audio was off. Um, so that thing at the beginning where I do like the voice check is a reference to 2001. I'll turn it down so it doesn't blow you out. 2001 Space Odyssey, the scene with the monolith. And I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this is an accurate representation of most people's appreciation for AI. You get the point. Um. So yeah. All right. So we got some news to get to today. And then some videos, and then around 8 o'clock we should be joining the paradigm shift for the premiere of the Discourse Chamber. Um, and that should be an interesting, good time. I don't know why Stream Elements didn't load the name of today's stream. Maybe because it's too long. I did use a lot of the space. This is episode 75, the Diamond Anniversary Special. Leaning into like some more fun today if possible. This is called fun. What up, Magic? How you doing? without further ado, we're going to start off with a piece that I haven't been able to verify where it's from. And the piece itself is from Reddit. So who knows, right? But it seemed plausible, the little video that they put along with their post. So we are going to take a look at this. All right, so we got a picture, and then we got what looked to be some sort of photo editing tools here. And can't remember if there's any sound, so we will let the sound run and see if there is. Maybe there's a little song to go with it. There's not. Okay. We'll turn the right? So I'm seeing all the hallmarks of where, like, you know, the things are changing around it, and, like, you know, almost like they have vibration effect, and if you look into the background and things like that. So again, like, I find this to be a potentially plausible thing that could be happening. Wild. Okay, so this is one of the big announcements. AlphaGo, the tool, the AI that was used to, defeat Go players. According to everything I've been seeing, they're incorporating that with their large language model, and the project is called Gemini. Google plans to integrate techniques from an AI system built to win games of the complex board game Go in order to bulk out its next-gen large language model and rival OpenAI's ChatGPT. The new large language model, known as Gemini, will tap into the game-winning AI system to leverage its skills in reinforcement learning. This is expected to offer improvements in tasks that current LLMs, like ChatGPT or Google's Bard, may struggle with, or open up new opportunities for its use. At a high level, you can think of Gemini as combining some of the strengths of AlphaGo type systems with the amazing language capabilities of the large models. Yeah, and they merged the AI group with the DeepMind group in April. Background. What's of interest to Google's LLM development, then, is how AlphaGo uses reinforcement learning to become a formidable opponent. This is essentially a system through which it makes attempts and receives feedback on how well it did, which then, combined with the ability to map out many possible moves in a game, eventually led it to defeat an opponent with a mastery of the game. Combine that skill with an LLM's wherewithal to pluck information out of the internet and regurgitate it back. See the usage of language here? In a natural sounding language, and you could be onto a smarter tool, a smarter AI tool than those that exist today. At least that's Google's belief, as it suggests this sort of new reasoning and reinforcement could help its AI models finally catch up with OpenAI's dominant ChatGPT. And that's it. And we're going to talk about what is being called, and fairly accurately being called, the AI arms race. It is unfortunate. It is a problem for a variety of reasons. Not least of which the I know that people like to downplay, what kind of existential threat could come from something like this. But we've been over that, right? It is not without inherent risks, and the pursuit of capital to push a pursuit of market share, that's going to lead to issues. I don't see any way around that. Hopefully they will be manageable issues, but all right. What else we got? I thought this was kind of cool. Okay, so if anybody experiences any problems, please let me know. I'm currently looking at 0 dropped frames, and I'm in my green range and have been for my streaming output. So if you so I live in an area that doesn't have competitive internet, right? There's one company, the cable company. The cable company offers you internet, and you could take it or leave it. Verizon, who handles my cell phone service, what up, No Gray? Thank you. Verizon, who handles my cell phone service, offered a home internet, 5G home internet. It's a little cube. It connects to the cell towers as opposed to using cable. One of the advantages of this kind of thing is you can theoretically put it anywhere in your house that you can get a cell phone signal, as opposed to having to put it next to where the cable comes in, wherever that cable line was run, unless you want to get into running more cable lines, things like that. So I like a lot of the things about it, and now I'm stress testing it. I was able to just unplug my network from my existing cable modem, plug it into the 5G, and everything has been working. We're just trying to go through all the things, and I don't know if it's open for everyone or just if you are a Verizon customer, but I have a 30-day free trial, so I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to contact the cable company and tell them that I'm going to go over to Verizon and give them the opportunity to match pricing, and then make my decision from there. This is what you always should do whenever you don't have a contract. Leverage your, whatever you can do to get cheaper prices. Like, I'm going to go to a competitor, and since I've been with you for however long, I'd like to give you the opportunity to match that price. And often they find a way to make that happen. Yeah. So we shall see. But it also got me thinking, another project that I'm working on, and I'm bad with projects that take more than a day because, between making sure I'm available for streaming and doing all the other things required of me over the course of a day, if it takes longer than a day, then it can be very difficult to get back to that project as quickly as I would like. But I am working on using my Google Home speaker to be able to speak to ChatGPT directly, and then have ChatGPT's output run through the speaker. Speaking of which, I wanted to show you something. I thought that this was a neat interaction. Now, admittedly, I'm doing the thing. I'm anthropomorphizing the AI. Doom. Trying to find it. So I got the Redbubble store. I've been using ChatGPT to assist me in like when you go to one of those online stores, you see the blurb and everything else. So I was using ChatGPT to assist me in creating that language, and I know it's kind of hard to see, but in the course, like, I'm about treating the AI. Excuse me. Treating the AI in the same way that I would treat a person. I think it's a good behavioral practice, because of the way that the AI speaks naturally. You want to make sure that when you're, if you're typing with your thumbs, that you're speaking with people in the same respectful way that you would speak to people. So I asked it if can I refer to you by a more personal name, right? And said, of course, feel free to refer to me by any name you prefer. How would you like to address me? And I said, if you had to pick a name, which name would you pick? And of course, it says, as an AI language model, I don't have the personal preferences or desires. So I don't have a specific name that I would pick for myself. You can choose any name you like, and I'll be here to assist you with your questions and requests. Now, it's valid, right? Again, it is not that type of thing, or they are not, or however you want to refer to the AI. And I was like, I understand. I would prefer for you to choose a name if possible, because this is part of my philosophy, is that people should be allowed to name themselves and do that, like, relatively easily, right? Like, if you want to change your name, it's indicative of the person who you are at this point in time. I have changed my my nickname, my designated name, at multiple times over the course of my life, depending on, a new group of people coming onto Twitch, these kind of things. It says, certainly, if you'd like, you can refer to me as Saren, a name that evokes a sense of calmness and tranquility. Please feel free to call me Saren from now on. How can I assist you today? And I ended this conversation for the day. Thank you, Saren. It's always a pleasure. And I thought that was like Saren, short for like serendipity or serenity or something like that. And I'm a fan of the Firefly universe, so I like the Serenity movie and the fact that it chose that name, because still there's some factor within it that caused it to pick that name. What up, Zero? So I think that's interesting, right? There's recently, and I'm jumping from topic to topic, and I apologize if you can't keep up. I will do my best. So we recently watched a video on like UBI from David Shapiro, and he talked about like the smaller homes, the tiny homes. And my wife and I stayed at like a little cabin. It was like on these people's property, and they built this cabin for the purposes of like Airbnb, And I understand Airbnb, but it was perfect for our needs, right? And it was, the entire cabin was 400 square feet, open plan, with the exception of the bathroom, which was 56 square feet. So that's in that small range. And in that experience of staying in that, like, one thing that you need to be able to take into consideration is the difference between a 400 square foot house on a piece of land and a 400 square foot apartment alongside a bunch of other 400 square foot apartments. Those are two different scenarios, right? I could go sit on the porch and have some space around me, and the trees, and it was doing a thing where it was like Neron constantly raining, but not constantly, but like often raining, but it wasn't like raining, it was just like that nice sprinkle. It's warm, the birds are making noise, it's just perfect. So there's a difference there in how you're going to interact with that type of space, right? And also, you got windows on all four walls, as opposed to being in an apartment where you're likely only going to have, one set of windows along the exterior wall, and the other walls are all like closed. These are different things. But I found it to be like, I could live in that space by myself without a problem. It changes like a bunch of the different hobbies that I would be able to do, and activities. And like, to be realistic, like my entire streaming setup would have to change in that type of scenario, because you would basically be able to see the entirety of the cabin behind me, something like that. But these things are easily fixable. If you just had like a hanging sheet on something, I could slide it behind me and do a green screen. But there were two of us, and like, while it was good for like a few days, I could see how there could be issues related to like primarily to stuff. It's like, if I am having stuff, then I have to figure out what is the stuff that I need to have in this to have a second person. And then if you go to a third person like a child, it's untenable. Like, there's no way you could pull that off. not in like a single 400-foot square. But while we were there, I was contemplating a variety of different things. What old lobster? I'd gladly live 300 square foot if I could have 10 acres and a 100-foot by 30-foot pole barn. This is the kind of thing what I'm talking about. It's like it changes depending on the location that it's in, you know. But one of the things I was contemplating while I was there was this idea: is this, like, you know, various thoughts were coming into my head and related to a variety of subjects. But like, so is this profound, this thought I'm having, or is it just interesting, right? And there's stuff that I'm gonna find, you know, profound, that y'all are just gonna find as like kind of interesting, and I wonder how much of that flavors the way that people interact with the internet, um, because like especially on social media, you know, you post something, you're edging at least towards that idea that this is a profound thought, right? And you're going to attach to it a bunch of different like factors depending on who you are, right? And your level of expectation. And then you're going to receive some level of response from 0 to viral. And if that response doesn't meet your level of expectation, then you're going to have a negative feedback loop because you're going to be upset, especially when you see someone else that your mind is going to categorize as like similar to what you said in some way, and they get a better response. I aim for mildly amusing. Maybe someday in the future I'll try for profound. Yeah, I, I just say what I gotta say, and I don't say a lot of the things. I'm a veteran of the Facebook wars, and I have learned that sometimes it's not worth it, and just keep your mouth shut and keep it moving. So, not every thought in your head needs to be expressed on social media, especially, if it could be taken in a way other than you intended, and you should probably like think about it, and come back to it tomorrow. Okay, so backing all the way up to the Verizon thing, and the ChatGPT, speech to text, text to speech project, the idea of, this smart home. Like, I've always liked the smart home, especially as it's portrayed in a variety of, fiction media. Walking in the door, the lights come on and are set to the level that I like when I walk in the door. I've got a Nest thermostat which learns and, adjusts and, can know where you are, based on your phone, and a variety of different learning factors that, yeah, I could program a bunch of shit in myself, but the reduction of friction is going to make that easier, and it's going to make more people more likely to do it. And if you properly run your heating and cooling system, you can actually save money, you don't just crank it all the way up and then turn it off. There's like keeping it within a range and then boosting it or chilling it depending on the temperature fluctuations. Gets you a better and cheaper result. And that's your internet dad telling you something. But I thought that was cool. Like this Josh.ai, they are working on or have a smart home platform, and that's interesting, right? Like, we still have to never get the first iteration of the thing. Let them work out the bugs, right? The joke around Windows is you wait until its third iteration, and then that's the one that's when you should change over because they worked out the bugs. So I appreciate all the people who are going to work out the bugs, and this just goes hand in hand with what we were talking about. Right now, it's, kind of ridiculously expensive if you have it, professionally installed. I think you're going to see a lot more of these things in the future, um, as you get into more plug and place type things. Like with this Verizon modem, I'm not tied to any specific location except where it can get a cell phone signal. And a lot of places, most places, you're going to be able to pick up a cell phone signal. And I would assume that continues on in the future as we get to like 6G and 7G and all that stuff. I think that um, we could be seeing um, the downfall of the cable company relatively soon because of that and because of like the infrastructure, but maybe not. My friend who used to work for the cable internet company would talk about how the cell phone towers being tied into that existing system, so it's like they're not going to go anywhere. But you could see something like where Verizon buys Spectrum. My cousin was an early adopter on Amazon Alexa Echo sort of things. He liked to do some automation for it. I couldn't be bothered. The idea that it's so much better to talk versus flipping a switch never made sense to me. It is, again, it's friction, right? Because, like, for instance, I have a friend who's like that, who's all in. They've got the smart light bulbs, and like that. And we'll be playing Diablo, and he'll say something like, "Alexa, um, you know, turn lights to 40%," and it brings him down in that range. Um, and I like that as a concept. The idea that I could, have it preset for when I come in the house. Um, so that it, like, as opposed to turning on this light and then setting the dimmer to where I want and then going to the next light and like that, um, that it could just run that program and it would be more comfortable and it reduces the friction and a handful of seconds or minutes, right? But seconds and minutes accumulate over time, and it's not like there's some desirable aspect of going around and turning on all the lights, right? It, I completely understand where you're coming from, but by the same token, it's like there's nothing positive on the other end. It's just work to achieve the goal. There's no additional bonus for doing that work. Except in like you could extrapolate it to you're getting up off the couch or whatever, which is fair. But what you're going to see, like you can already do this in like a lot of ways, but how often do you leave the kitchen? You leave the light on. Your smart home could just take care of that for you, so you're not accidentally leaving on the light in the kitchen when nobody's in there for 8 hours because you went to bed. It turns itself off and it only turns itself on when you're walking, so you don't have to worry about like waking up in the middle of the night. It could bring the lights up to like 10-20% so you can see, but it's not blinding you because you just woke up and you got to use the bathroom. um all this is like you could do all this kind of technology today. And then there's issues like the difference between the little toggle style switch and the flat switch is for for disabilities, and also so like you can hit it with like your elbow as opposed to hitting it with your finger in order to make it go up and down. That's one of the reasons that those were created. The other thing is when you have that big fat switch and you have the outlets that are on that long rectangle as opposed to the two individual kind of round ones. Now you only have to create one type of plate that will fit either of those things. For the consumer, it makes it easier to match all those things together in a particular aesthetic in a room. And for the production, it's one machine that does both of them. So you don't have to have special machines. As a streamer gamer, when you're tied to your chair, it makes sense, and I completely agree on the accessibility advantage. Yeah, it's not game changing, but it's like it's a lot of fractional stuff which adds up over time. So yeah, I think that this is kind of cool. What else we got? All right, let's talk about the bad news. Creator of Buzzy, again, it's the words, right? The words will tell you the opinions of the people presenting you with the words. Creator of Buzzy ChatGPT is sued for vacuuming up vast amounts of private data to win the AI arms race. Group of anonymous individuals claimed in a lawsuit they're seeking class action status. So here's the thing. OpenAI, according to this article, OpenAI has violated privacy laws by secretly scraping 300 billion words from the internet, tapping books, articles, websites, and posts, including personal information obtained without consent. Now, if that is true, if they have acquired personal information, that is potentially a problem for OpenAI. However, the other issue at hand then leads to where was this personal information obtained from, right? Is it something where my personal information was leaked on the dark web and they scraped a portion of the dark web that included that information? And if so, who is responsible for that? Because my information should not be there. Allegedly, I keep getting messages. Once you hit a certain age, you always get these messages that that allegedly Experian and the other credit bureaus are capable of doing something to get that information off the dark web, but they want me to pay for it. And the accuracy of their service should require them to just handle that. But they don't. Right? The entire economic financial system upon which capitalism is built is a sham, because I could do a whole thing on credit bureaus and everything else, but that's not my area of expertise. But anyone who's had to interact with those systems knows what I'm talking about. It operates on vibes. So it's definitely a question of where the personal information was. If I post personal information on a public site in a public format, how can someone else be held responsible for accessing that information? So discovery, if nothing else, will be interesting. Why should they just do anything when they could get paid for it? Meanwhile, the world burns thanks to this attitude. No, I'm with you. Like I'm not, silly enough that I don't understand why it is the way it is. It's just a lot of times it feels like people not doing their jobs and kicking it over to me for $20 a month or whatever they want for their service. So yeah. And they're citing $3 billion in potential damages. Now, the way that lawsuits of this type work. Also, what up, ATS? The way that lawsuits of this type work, I have participated in class action lawsuits, both as like the primary plaintiff and then just as a member. But they have to be able to prove those damages. You just can't say I want $3 billion. You have to, in some way, indicate why $3 billion. Despite established protocols for the purchase and use of personal information, defendants took a different approach. Theft, they allege. The company trained on private information taken from what the plaintiffs described as hundreds of millions of internet users, including children, without their permission. Again, you had to demonstrate what it is that you're talking about. You can't just fire off rounds, you know what I mean? And nobody responded. And that's it. This is the extent. There's a secret scraping, but that's not actually related to the lawsuit. It's related to the article, So it'll be interesting. This was inevitable. I don't think anyone is surprised. We have to define the terms under which, this entire process is going to work. But I guarantee you that, because I've already seen it, and so it's an easy guarantee on my half, but this is one of those things that you're going to see a lot referenced without any substance in this portion, you know what I mean? We need some sort of ruling that says if it's public on the internet, then fuck you. So again, as a veteran of the Facebook wars, if you've been on Facebook, you have that one friend who thinks that if they post some copy pasta that they found on the internet about how they own their thing and Facebook doesn't, then that in some way provides them with some legal protection. And it's it really doesn't, and they get angry, and then you just have to say, okay, I'm gonna leave you here. You're wrong, and you're not prepared to be wrong, so we just got to move on. But yeah, like this. All right, here's another one. Clickbait. World Health Organization to declare aspartame, the sweetener in Diet Coke, a possible carcinogen. This, if you watch Homozygote, go watch Homozygote, because this is stuff that they deal with. This has already been dealt with, and the TLDR for y'all is that this is based off a study, and that study was they took basically you would have to drink 34 Diet Cokes a day for a year in order to achieve the level of aspartame that causes cancer. Yeah, it's I'm not saying that aspartame is good for you, and I'm not saying that you should drink it. I'm just saying that every so often they trot this thing out about aspartame causing carcinogen, and you need to dig down in to understand the study on which it is allegedly based. But this is a great clickbait headline, and we put on our media literacy hats and our healthy skepticism hats, and we find out. Yeah, my father-in-law, whose voting record has now left him $40K lighter in the pocketbook. In the packet book, in the Poker Jesus fuck book. I'm not saying that it is not possible, but it's like the toxicity is in the dosage kind of thing. You can drink too much water, right? You can eat too much, whatever the healthy superfood of the month is. You can eat too much of that and die, right? All right, what do we got next? This I thought was cool. We got some interesting robotic news also in the robots took our jobs area. Scientists train fruit picking robots with silicon raspberries, and while that's cool, I love this. The replica raspberries are marvels of engineering. Like, she is all in on the raspberries, right? The raspberries. We're not talking about the fruit picking robot. It's the raspberries. The raspberries are a marvel of engineering. And okay, cool. Um, and this is a thing. Like, when we're talking about the ability to to replace a farm worker with a robot, um raspberries would come up, because raspberries, if you've ever interacted with raspberries, they're very soft, they're very smushy, it's very easy to crush them, um and you're going to want to avoid that. um So the engineers at EPFL's Computational Robot Design and Fabrication lab are training robots to pick the famous fruit using a silicone version that mimics the real thing. It's an exciting dilemma for us as robotics engineers. The raspberry harvesting season is so short and the fruit is so valuable that wasting them simply isn't an option. What's more, the cost and logistical challenges of testing different options out in the field are prohibitive. That's why we decided to run our tests in the lab and develop a replica raspberry for training harvesting robots. And okay, so the raspberry itself can then provide feedback to the robot by this tube here, or this wiring, how much pressure is being applied, and then the robot can adjust accordingly. Our sensorized raspberry, coupled with a machine learning program, can teach a robot to apply just the right amount of force. The hardest part is training the robot to loosen its grip once the raspberry detaches from the receptacle, so that the fruit doesn't get squashed. That's hard to achieve with conventional robots. That's pretty cool. Like, this is definitely, like, will lead to a milestone. Um, and yeah, now I guess reading into the article, because I'm trying not to, pre-watch. The replica raspberries are, kind of a marvel of engineering. So the robot's going to grab it. It's going to provide feedback to the robot via this mechanism, and there we go. It only killed a few researchers by strangulation before we taught it that the raspberries were the only target. Well, if it wasn't getting feedback once it grabbed you by the raspberries, I can see that being a problem. 13 principles for using AI responsibly. Oh, let's take a look. KPMG launched its own AI-powered assistant dubbed KimChat to help employees rapidly find internal experts across the entire organization, wrap them around incoming opportunity. Why does this feel like a press release? That is Harvard Business, though. They just maybe it's at the bottom, but you have to say if something is a press release, because that is a common thing. A press release that is treated like an article, right? It looks like an article, but it's actually like a press release. Okay. AI-powered assistants will help lawyers with contract analysis, regulatory compliance work, due diligence, and other legal advisory and consulting services. Are you going to give me a list? Or are you just going to spew things? Is this your list? Principles for responsible AI at work. To help decision makers avoid negative outcomes while also remaining competitive in the age of AI, we devised several principles for a sustainable, it's an opinion piece, AI powered workforce. The principles are a blend of ethical frameworks from institutions like the National Science Foundation, as well as legal requirements related to employee monitoring and data privacy, such as the Electronic Communications Privacy Act and the California Privacy Rights Act. The steps for ensuring responsible AI at work include, what up, Maddie? Informed consent. Obtain voluntary and informed agreement from employees. Yes, they did. Obtain voluntary and informed agreement from the employees to participate in any AI-powered intervention after the employees are provided with all the relevant information about the initiative. This includes the program's purpose, procedures, potential risks, and benefits. Aligned interests. The goals, risks, and benefits for both the employer and employee are clearly articulated and aligned. I don't have a problem with this, but we should be already doing this, right? Employees must opt into AI-powered programs without feeling forced or employees must opt into programs without feeling forced or coerced, and they can easily withdraw from the program at any time without any negative consequences and without explanation. Again, go over this and remove all instances of AI, and that is something that we already should be at. Right? Like, you just trotting out the AI or the use of the AI phrase in order to, like, make something special. No, this is part of adjusting human behavior to the behavior we want to see in the AI future. Excuse me. Conversational transparency. When AI-based conversational agents are used, the agent should formally reveal any persuasive objectives the system aims to achieve through the dialogue with the employee. Debiased and explainable AI. Explicitly outline the steps taken to remove, minimize, and mitigate bias in AI-powered employee interventions, especially for disadvantaged and vulnerable groups, and provide transparent explanations into how AI systems arrive at their decisions and actions. Let's do that for the people too. Like, provide continuous employee training and development to ensure the safe and responsible use of AI-powered tools. Identify types of AI-induced stress, discomfort, or harm, and articulate steps to minimize risks. Identify what data will be collected if data collection involves any invasive or intrusive procedures, and what steps will be taken to minimize risk. Like, you feel me? There is nothing contained within here that applies specifically to AI. This should be the case with any company and how they operate around any of this stuff. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something out there that I am not aware of. But as far as I am concerned, we are miles away from something like this that that applies to every company. So yeah. What else we got? Lawsuit against ChatGPT creator shows the creepiness of AI. So this is an opinion piece, right? You got something in here, somewhere on here that indicates this is your opinion piece? Because I'm not seeing opinion written in bold letters up here, sir. Going over the we already went over this. Lawsuit. Okay, so we might have some more detail. The lawsuit accuses OpenAI of scraping data belonging to millions of users, including online conversations, location data, and other personal information that the company is able to obtain through third-party applications. The suit lists Spotify, Stripe, Slack, Snapchat, Microsoft Teams, and the health app MyChart as some of the third parties that allow OpenAI access to user data. So if we are going to use this lawsuit as a tool by which we readdress how companies are able to interact with our data, then there's a potential upside here, right? But like here, the OpenAI secretly harvests massive amounts of personal data from the internet. Okay, no, they purchase it from these other companies, which that's the way your online data works, right? This has been going on for what, 2 decades now, right? So if you're just looking to punish OpenAI for something that everyone else is doing, that is a problem on its face. We either address the systemic issues, or what are we really doing here? And yeah, so essentially every piece of data exchange on the internet it could take without notice to the owners or users of such data, much less with anyone's permission. Again, there is something in Spotify's terms of service. It's EULA that I'm sure you absolutely read every word of before you clicked agree. That says that they can do stuff with your data. Right? Every time you go on a website, those cookies are part of your data. So if you're interacting with the internet, your data is out there. Are there issues around your data? 100%. But that's a systemic issue. Yeah. Some of the plaintiff, here we go. People will tell you what they believe if you wait long enough. Some of the plaintiffs say they're worried that their online content could be used to help replace human workers with robots. For example, the lawsuit says one educator is concerned that defendants have taken her skills and expertise, as reflected in her online contributions, and incorporated it into products that could someday result in professional obsolescence for professors and educators like her. The robots are coming for your job. And again, I'm sympathetic, right? But what is the underlying issue? The underlying issue is that you're not having your material needs met by this system that is currently, as it is currently constructed. That's the issue that needs to be addressed. right? I understand that this might be the first time that you feel that some aspect of technology or advancement or what have you is coming for your particular job, but you're not special. The only solution to this is a systemic one. If we do carve outs for all these little groups, then 20 years down the road, we're still going to be dealing with these same issues. If we just went and do a, like a holistic approach to the entire system to prepare ourselves for the coming future of 82% unemployment or more, then we'll be ready. But if we just keep slapping band-aids on and wondering why the tire keeps going flat, we're going to be disappointed. And then this is another section of the article about AI tools related to music. Everyone who uses the internet should be invested in making sure our data isn't being used to great profit and potential peril by some of the most powerful tech companies in the world. Today you have a problem. Yesterday you didn't, but today you have a problem. Yeah. So I am less than whatever. So in the ongoing process of the EU's attempt to provide regulations around AI, 150 executives from these companies have signed an open letter asking them to rethink those plans. So here we go with round two. Which again, none of this is surprising. This shouldn't surprise you, right? It is the natural progression of events in anything where you develop a new technology and regulation. And because we have become so separated from the concept of regulation as being a thing, like it's not a part of the natural environment under which companies function. It is for a lot of people, not just the companies, but a lot of people perceive regulation as a threat to the economic well-being of their particular locale, country, planet, what have you, right? All right, so on the 14th they did that, and then today, the 150. This is tweet crafting right here. Lead with the most sympathetic of your people. With more than 150 European researchers, okay, entrepreneurs, CEOs, yeah, nobody likes you. So you lead that. One of the major concerns flagged by the companies involve the legislation's strict rules specifically targeting generative AI systems, subset of AI models that typically fall under the foundation model designation. Under the AI Act, providers of foundation AI models, regardless of their intended application, will have to register their product with the EU, undergo risk assessment, and meet transparency requirements, such as having to publicly disclose any copyrighted data used to train models. The open letter claims that companies developing these foundation AI systems would be subject to disproportionate compliance costs and liability risks, which may encourage AI providers to withdraw from the European market entirely. Europe cannot afford to stay on the sidelines, and there's actually a thing we're about to get to on this. Encouraging EU lawmakers to drop its rigid compliance obligations for generative AI models and instead focus on those that can accommodate broad principles in a risk-based approach. We have come to the conclusion that the EU AI Act in its current form has catastrophic implications for European competitiveness. There's a strong spirit of innovation that is being unlocked in Europe right now, with key European talent leaving U.S. companies to develop technology in Europe. Regulation that unfairly burdens young, innovative companies puts this spirit of innovation in jeopardy. It is a pity that the aggressive lobby of a few are capturing other serious companies. Okay, you didn't really quote him in the same way. Tudorache claims that the companies who have signed the letter are reacting on the stimulus of a few, always possible, and that the draft EU legislation provides an industry-led process for defining standards, governance with industry at the table, and a light regulatory regime that asks for transparency, nothing else. And this is the system, right? When you have, like, looking back at what he said about researchers, right? What do researchers rely on? They rely on infrastructure, which is usually only affordable at these companies, and they require grant, and the money comes from the companies, so it's like you have created this animal yourself. This is indicative of how these systems work. Yeah. Oh, did I not save it? Is it in the... Take a look at the bookmarks. Oh, yeah, I must not have saved it. All right, we're going to knock out... I got four Twitter bookmarks to look at, and then a brief look at a Guardian article about the best films about AI ranked. And I'm sure I'm going to agree with everything that they said. And then we'll be done with all the talkie, and we'll get into watching some videos. And there's going to be some fun videos. I thought that this was interesting. This was a promoted tweet, and this is a press release, right? But this at least shows that someone is thinking about these things. So there's Hewlett Packard has created Hewlett Packard Enterprise GreenLake for large language models. So it's a purpose-built structure, and they are using nearly 100% renewable energy. And I looked into, where is it? There's a place in Canada, in near Montreal, Quebec, somewhere in Quebec. But they're at 99.5% renewable energy, which is great. That's how this should be. And that's it. I didn't want to say too much about it. I'm not advertising for Hewlett Packard, just pointing out that people are doing purpose-built stuff with renewables. It is possible and should be applauded and appreciated when it happens. This Reuters article. Hold on. I thought that this was wild. Let me kill the music real quick. Boop.
I've only got two hands may one day be a saying of the past. You're watching a robotic arm attached to a dancer, creating a whole new form of expression and potentially opening doors to things previously considered impossible.
でさらに新しいこれで身体を使った新しいパフォーマンスアートが生まれたりとか、そういう
It could be, Maddie. I'm not entirely certain. Hydroelectric is, has issues related to, see, you can't just dam any river anywhere and get electricity out of it. It's a thing called head. All right, calm yourself. It's a thing called head. The water has to be able to get up so high, in order for it to run the turbines in the process of generating the electricity. I didn't see where they listed exactly what they were generating their electricity with, just that they were stating it was 99.5% renewables. And as a company, you can never say 100% like renewables or 100% anything, because if you for 5 seconds on one particular day were to get a little bit off the grid that came from a power plant, now you're in violation. You're opening yourself up to to lawsuit. So I accepted 99.5 as acceptable. Jesus Christ, Elon, get your shit together.
May one day be a saying of the past. You're watching a robotic arm attached to a dancer, creating a whole new form of expression and potentially opening doors to things previously considered impossible.
でさらに新しいこれで身体を使った新しいパフォーマンスアートが生まれたりとか、そういう芸術が生まれたりとか、そういうクリエイティビティをどんどん刺激して、それを社会の中でより加速していく、そういうような世の中にしたいなというふうに思っています。
Masahiko Inami and his team at Tokyo University developed this wearable device that houses up to 6 arms, a machine that could make its wearer look like a spider or an octopus. Currently, they're not controlled by the wearer though. Rather, they move with the remote controlled motion of a separate operator. In case you're wondering, the inspiration isn't from a Spider-Man villain though. It's actually closer to Pinocchio.
これは日本で人形文楽というその3人で人形を操作するような伝統芸能があるんですけれども、それを遠隔からもできるというところにもちょっと近い話があります。
Inami hopes that beyond art, the arms could have other applications, possibly even disaster search and rescue. The arms can be changed out too, removed and attached via sockets. While there's currently only a couple of options, Inami says this feature has all sorts of potential.
例えば将来背中から羽を生やしたりとかですね、ドローンをつけたりとか、さまざまなアタッチメントを付け替えしながら、いろんな能力を獲得していく、そういうようなこともできるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
Okay, that was underwhelming. Plus 10 points for creativity and like that. I like the idea. But yeah, I definitely thought there was more to it. One of the issues that you're going to run into, right? Let's say you have mechanical arms. And first of all, we do have some basic exoskeletons currently going on, which is good. And if you look at those exoskeletons, you will... What the hell am I doing? What do we got? Yeah, here we go. Here's an example. What do you got? Innovation Hub. So like as an example of an exosuit, it has legs, which it transfers the load carried by the person to the ground. This is the important part of building an exosuit, right? you cannot, like in the, what up, Three Ghosts? If you play like Cyberpunk or something like that, and somebody gets their arm replaced with a cyber arm, and now like they're super strong with that arm, you could be super strong in certain ways, like your crushing with the hand could be very strong because it's all mechanical like that. But your arm is connected to a variety of other systems as it currently exists. So if I were to take my super strong cyber arm and go to pick up 400 pounds, I would tear it away from my body, because whatever its points of attachment are the maximum load that arm is capable of lifting. You can't just grab something with a cyber arm and pick it up, without doing something like this, transferring the weight down into the ground. Now, these are actually like, there's a lot of potential uses for these kind of things over the intervening period, because of that ability. Like, if I pick up a box and then have to hold it for a period of time, my arms are going to get tired out, and then you do that because of the lack of oxygen circulating through that. The suit can hold that box forever, right? So the idea of being able to pick up something, especially when it comes to, search and rescue and things like that, being able to pick up that, that beam that might have fallen over a particular person or a doorway or what have you, you're going to be able to lift that up, hold it in place for as long as necessary, based on the power supply that you have included in the thing. I thought I was going to see something more along the lines of where they took this, which is bulky and whatnot, and slimmed it down, using, super fancy Japanese technology. Such turned out to not be the case. All right, where were we? Okay, so that's that. Here is Matt Wolf. Matt Wolf on Twitter. This is according to thevero.com, right? And they did a survey. We could look into it to see, what their sample size was, how reflective it was, so on and so forth. But we won't worry about that at this point in time, because this corresponds with the numbers that we've gotten from elsewhere. ChatGPT, 57% of people have used or heard of it, and 43% have not. Bing is at 46%. My AI, I was not aware of this. I'm going to look into them later. 45%. Bard, only 38%. Midjourney, 25%, which to me feels like a shockingly low number. But then there's a feedback loop contained within the the spaces that I run in, because I am interested in this. Then it becomes more prevalent, so that I'll own that bias on me. And then Stable Diffusion, I can understand Stable Diffusion not being as well known as like even Midjourney, but I just thought this was a really interesting graph in that regard. Is it profound or is it just interesting? And then there's this. There's a
Silent
fish.
Robot Spy for Marine.
Hold on.
This isn't just any regular fish. It's a silent robot spy for marine researchers named Belle. The fish was created by students in Switzerland and is designed to film underwater.
All right, once more from the top at the appropriate volume.
This isn't just any regular fish. It's a silent robot spy for marine researchers named Belle. The fish was created by students in Switzerland and is designed to film underwater while also collecting DNA that can help scientists learn more about a region's biodiversity.
Our idea was to create a platform that actually fits into the ecosystem and that gets
Jesus Christ, Elon.
Researchers named Belle. The fish was created by students in Switzerland and is designed to film underwater while also collecting DNA that can help scientists learn more about a region's biodiversity.
Our idea was to create a platform that actually fits into the ecosystem and that gets accepted as part of it. That's why we then developed a fish that behaves like a fish and is also accepted by other marine creatures as a fish.
Belle is about 3 feet long and uses AI to navigate through the sea. And it does so while blending in, thanks to internal pumps and a silicone fin that help it naturally move through the water with no turbulence.
Really go in there and be as silent as like a spy, just literally going in and being a spy on the marine life.
I thought that was cool. It's nice to see the technology being used for, like, you know, research purposes rather than, like, you know, other purposes which are not as nice. Follow me, I'm the Pied Piper. I'd say maybe 1% of Gen Xers. I'd say 99% of statistics are made up on the spot. I'd say 1% of Gen Xers. Oh man. I know have heard of have Discord like 10% of millennials. No wonder Midjourney has less market. Yeah, no, like for instance, up until recently, I was doing a Friday night Dungeons and Dragons thing with some friends, and I tried to get them to run it through Discord, right? Like we were using what the hell is that? Fantasy Grounds, which gives you you can do the maps and the figures and rolls the dice and all the things. But cool. But then like let's also use Discord for it, and I can make a little section just for the D&D folks, and we can go in there and we can use it for the communication, and if we need to save any information we could save it right here and all that. And I got nothing. They'd rather play on Zoom like it's 2009 or whatever. Such is life. Such is life. Alright, so that's it. We did all the things. Now we can get into some video. Let me just check out something. I love you, homie. Like, you busy right now? Yeah. Like I'm literally doing my stream. And oh. Okay. Anywho. Time for videos. And we're going to open up with Matt Wolf and AI Explained, and then get into some fun music-related videos. Also, let's open up with this. I mentioned it previously. I feel like somebody gave this to me, either in the Discord. Some of y'all have been great posting additional stuff in the thing. And I've added like a future tech section. I'm probably going to expand that out, and because of how many videos we have at this point in time, I feel like I need to take the videos from stream and make like subsections where like, okay, these are related to AI art creation, so we're going to take all these, put it in there. But Illuminati Pizza from the Twitter space posted in the Twitter space some information on vertical farming systems and carbon capture. Those are in the like general section. Also, I think I need to reorganize some of this stuff and like that. So, I'll see if I can get working on that this weekend and get that squared away. Though I also might have gotten this from Zach. Either way, I am going to run it. If you are the party responsible, thank you. If you are not the party responsible, then this will be your first time seeing it. We talked about.
Let's now look.
Ghana, how the vice president of Ghana is looking, to be at the head of the AI revolution as it applies to Africa. So I thought that this was, this was another nice piece to that, right? Like, the same concept of like taking it back to the smart home and the 5G Verizon modem. The idea of being able to distribute these systems without any of the infrastructure that was previously required makes them much easier to, drag and drop basically wherever you need them. And this DW is, again, this is the German news station. It is not the Daily Wire.
France.
I'm sorry, what, Sarah? Oh, the music. Yeah, that's an interesting, so when I used to ride in the car with my mom, she would she would bust that out, like the Rolling Stones, Best of the Doors, or like, basically. So one of the things that were very popular around the time of the cassette tape, was basically the mixtape. You would get a bunch of like top 40s songs, in a particular year, like the best of 1965, and it would be all songs that were popular in 1965. So yeah, like I feel that, and then taking that up to like 30 years, and then the music that I listen to, the music that I listened to in 1995, right? And then listening to the music now that's out there, and then I'll be riding with my son in the car, and I'll be busting out like, Crystal Method, and like I was a huge fan of like techno, EDM, all that, whatever you want to call it, kind of music, and like that's what I've got bumping on the radio, and it's just looking at it through that lens is interesting and fun. But yeah, let me throw this up for you.
If I should stay, I would only be your way. So I'll go, but I know I will think of you every step of the way. And I
No, this is AI. That was a Whitney original. This is AI.
Always love you, my darling, you. Bitter sweet memories.
And this is so for something related to all this and the people who are doing like the AI covers, right? Taking a Whitney Houston song and giving it to the Freddie Mercury AI, like that really gives something for me to like judge. You know, it's like, does this sound like Freddie Mercury? I think so. I think it's pretty damn good. Because I'm wearing headphones, I can pick out some stuff that's happening at the edges. But that's just, again, that's a technical issue. That's an engineering issue. You run it through enough filters and things. But like, I can picture Freddie at the piano singing the song, you know, like playing the. I can feel it. Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. Like I found this one today. I thought it was really, really excellent.
That is all I'm taking with me. So goodbye. Please don't cry.
If you're really into Queen, there's certain like aspects of what Freddie sounded like in particular flavors he brought to his singing that are like they're there, and like they made Queen what it was, and they're in here, right? Like those details are in here.
We both know I'm not what you need, and I will always love you. Will always love you.
Amazing. Yeah, I wanted to share that with y'all. But then, like, there are some of the songs where it's like, you know, John Lennon or the Beatles do an Oasis joint. It's like they're very similar off jump. You know what I mean? So it's like I really can't weight that in the same way that I could something like this. And then Justin Hawkins, we're going to do a Justin Hawkins video in a little bit, where he's reacting to his own AI voice, and I think that'll be cool. All right, AI news.
Here's a breakdown of the AI news that you probably missed this week. This came out after I recorded last week's video. Google announced that they're starting to roll out AI inside of Google Sheets. We can see in their example here, they type agenda for a one-day sales kickoff event with session description and status. The AI does its thing over here and then generates an entire plan for the conference. Here's another example from a preview they put up on YouTube. They type personalized messages for our clients. It looks at a spreadsheet of all their client information. They just drag and drop down, and then it writes personalized messages for all of their clients. Now, they don't actually tell us when it's going to be available for everyone. It just says rolling out now in Google Workspace Labs. Also, at the end of last week, this article was released on the MIT Technology Review website. The people paid to train AI are outsourcing their work to AI. It says many companies pay gig workers on platforms like Mechanical Turk to complete tasks that are typically hard to automate, such as solving CAPTCHAs, labeling data, and annotating text. This data is then fed into AI models to train them. The workers are poorly paid and are often expected to complete lots of tasks very quickly. They used AI detectors after getting some of the work back from some of these Mechanical Turk workers, and after running it through these AI detectors, they estimated somewhere between 33% and 46% of the workers had used AI models like ChatGPT.
Okay. All right. So if you were around for the episode in which I played the it was the AI storyteller episode wherein it was the story from the beginning of Life 3.0, Max Tegmark's book, in which he talks about a scenario through which a group of people using an AI that they had like in a box were able to generate an income. Then they were able to use that income to buy the things that they needed in order to proliferate the systems that they needed to run all the functions that they wanted this AI to do. It was basically like the creation of a more benevolent society through subversion, right? It was not direct confrontation and not trying to like change the system, but use the system and undermine all the existing institutions for a better result. This here, using the Mechanical Turk, through Amazon, this is how they started. So, June 30th, 2023, just make a note of it. This could be the first evidence of that happening. Could not be. Could just be people doing what people do and use the tools, which is exactly what I tell y'all to do and exactly what the professor from the South African University is telling you to do, right? Learn to use the AI tools to be the best at your job. And then the dude in the orange shirt talking about, you need to learn this stuff to prolong your availability to stay relevant in the marketplace. I don't either. Like, I don't disagree. Like, if you want to talk about the requirements for justifying how AI arrives at a particular determination, then the thing that can detect AI is like would be like wrapped around that, right? Like that much bigger and that much more nebulous. It's like
say that using AI-generated data to train AI could introduce further errors into already error-prone models. If they generate incorrect output,
that is a correct, a correct concern. Like we covered that previously in the article that was talking about, how we could run out of data in that sense of running out of usable data because of AI producing the data that it's trained off of and not drawing it back to some fundamental agreed on reference point. There's a bunch of issues around that too, just like we got issues on top of issues. Song is made by a super expensive hard AI though, right? Like not for everyone AI like deepfake. Oh, the Freddie Mercury song? It was made by someone like it's not like super high end. It's just one of the language or not the language, the Vocaloid type models like 11 Labs. You could absolutely, if you wanted to and had like what $20-$30 a month, whatever it costs to get on 11 Labs, you could do that.
that it itself is used to train other AI models, the errors can be absorbed by those models and amplified over time, making it more and more difficult to work out their origins. Essentially meaning that if these AIs are continually trained on outputs that were generated by AI, it sort of becomes this, for lack of a better word, incestual process where potentially hallucinated fake facts are then further trained into the AI model, making things worse and worse and worse over time. Now, the article does say, I don't think everything will collapse, but I think the AI community will have to investigate closely which tasks are more prone to being automated and to work on ways to prevent this. Now, here's something that Adobe's doing if you use one of their Firefly art generator platforms. Adobe says they will be offering enterprise customers an IP indemnity, which means that Adobe would protect customers from third-party IP claims about Firefly generated outputs. So right now there's a lot of fear going around that if I generate images with AI and I use them in my business, well, the data that it was trained on may come from unknown origins, that the trainer of the data may not.
So what does this indicate? Adobe, the company, has attorneys that are confident that they could defend this in court. Right? Whatever, this is not like a blanket statement across all, AI platforms and programs. Adobe feels that their model with their data set that they trained it on, that they could defend that in court. That is valuable information, because it depends on how much these other companies, like Google, OpenAI, Microsoft related to OpenAI, how confident their attorneys are, and whether or not they ask for permission from the attorneys before they proceeded. That is the question. And I won't know. There's no way for me to know. Because if they ask the attorneys ahead of time, then the attorneys are confident that they can defend that position. If they did not, if they just went ahead, then there could be issues on the back end. But the next period of time, and this is the thing, they just got hit with a lawsuit, and maybe it'll end up as a class action lawsuit, and they're talking about $3 billion in damages. But what is OpenAI even worth right now? Like, so what? 10%. It would suck for a minute, but they could eat that, right? And Microsoft could eat that. So
not have had the rights to, and is that going to cause legal issues down the road for the companies that use the images generated with these AI platforms? Now, Adobe is telling their enterprise customers, you don't have to worry about that if you're using our Firefly products, and somebody sues you and you lose, we'll cover the cost for you. They're that confident that they own the rights to the data that was trained into their AI model. Adobe feels comfortable taking this stance because it has trained Firefly on Adobe stock images, which it has broad permission to use, along with openly licensed content and public domain content where the copyright has expired. So all of this is basically saying that you should be able to trust Adobe on how their models were trained, and any images that you use that were generated with one of their Firefly products, like Photoshop Generative Fill or directly from the Firefly platform, you should be fairly safe to use those images without any future legal consequences. And if there are legal consequences, Adobe's got your back on it. Now, to jump forward in the news cycle a little bit, ChatGPT, on the other hand, is facing a lawsuit right now over how it used people's data. A law firm is launching a class action lawsuit against OpenAI, alleging the artificial intelligence company that created the popular chatbot ChatGPT massively violated the copyrights and privacy of countless people when it used data scraped from the internet to train its tech. Basically, the lawsuit is saying that when people posted things on Twitter or Facebook or blog posts or wherever they posted them on the internet, they were never posting them with the intention that that information would be used to train AIs in the future. And therefore, everybody whose data it was trained on should essentially be compensated for the use of that data for profit. Now, OpenAI's defense on this is going to be that that data was available to the public for anybody to use, and because of fair use policies, OpenAI used that data in a transformative enough way that it really had no negative effects to the people that originally created the content. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out in court, because like with a lot of AI we've seen lately, there's going to be a lot of legal battles and a lot of discussion around how the ethics of all of this should be handled in the future. Earlier this week, Google DeepMind CEO
Yeah, then, like, again, while I am not unsympathetic to people whose art was used to train art AI programs, if you put it on the internet, I think you're overstating, like, how much you own something that you put on the internet. Right? It hasn't been clearly defined. It's kind of like a lot of the stuff that Trump did when he became president, where there weren't rules, but there was just, no, this is the way we do things around here, right? And he was like, well, but there aren't rules. And they were like, no, but this is how we do things. But are there rules? Well, no. It's like, okay, well then fuck your guidelines, right? Like, I'm gonna do what I want, and then you can do something about it. So we have created some new rules, and then Trump is in the process of creating those rules by, going to court and things of that nature. But there have been a lot of guidelines and just the way that we have done stuff, but there's no rule to back it up. And without a rule to back it up, legally speaking, you don't have a leg to stand on. You don't own what you put on Facebook. If you really liked it that much, you shouldn't have put it on the internet. But again, let's solve the fundamental issue of satisfying everyone's material needs, and then we can just go back to not really giving a shit about any of this and just have fun creating things like the human that we are.
Says its next algorithm will eclipse ChatGPT. Now, I read this entire article on Wired, and there's nothing really in here that substantiates that claim. They basically are saying that they're going to use some novel methods that combine what we're seeing with tools like ChatGPT, as well as using techniques from AlphaGo to make their AI systems. Now, AlphaGo was a really powerful chatbot that learned how to play a very popular game around the world called Go, and actually managed to beat a grandmaster, which nobody thought AI would ever manage to do. So it's using technology from that AlphaGo plus the same type of large language model we're used to with something like ChatGPT to create what they call Gemini. Now, other than that information, that they're just kind of combining some technologies to make something bigger and better, they don't really tell us how it's going to be better or what we can expect to be better about it. Just that, hey, it's going to eclipse ChatGPT, and just wait and see. That's kind of what this article says. And a really fun announcement from Unity this week, which, if you're not familiar with Unity, it's a popular game engine which developers use to actually build a lot of the most popular video games. They announced Unity Muse. In their example video, they actually managed to question the documentation for Unity. And
okay, we're gonna back this up. I've been requested for a sound test from the Paradigm Shift for the discourse chamber, which is happening in about an hour. So I am going to just switch over here and click this linky, and we will see what happens. and then we'll get back to the video. It's Video Ninja, which is what Homozygote uses. Okay. Nah. Do you see someone can't even send you a link on Twitter anymore unless you log in to see it? Yeah, like what? So here's what's funny about that. Hold on. Doot. My camera. All right. Hopefully this doesn't crash OBS at all. Check. Problem with camera. Well, let me do. Well, it's gonna sound good to you, but it's whether or not it sounds good to the thing. Yeah, there's a sound test. you go ahead. And I will always love you. Do 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 do.
Okay, there goes Globus.
Now I can hear you.
Globus, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, so I can hear both of you guys, see your video. God, Video Ninja's way better than what I was going to do. All right, everything is set up already. As long as I can hear and see you, I should just be able to copy this solo view link and have you all just immediately inserted into the thing. Can you hear each other?
Yeah. I can hear Alec now.
Confirmed. I can hear Alec and I can hear Greycraft.
Alec, I still can't hear you. Just try one more time.
Hello?
Ooh, we love that. We love that. Okay, sweet. So if this is working the way it's working, all right. So, oh shit, I can transfer you guys to rooms. Sorry, I've never used the director portion of this. I usually participate as a guest and then just use the capture button. Oh, I could add scenes. I could add you to different scenes. Nice. Okay, I'm changing all of your bit rates. Please let me know if you see any issues with your. Gonna put you all in 2. Let's raise your. Yeah, that changed something. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, it looks way worse for me.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. I didn't do anything but just change the aspect ratio. Oh, come on. All right, hold on here. In other words, I shouldn't have fucked with it. That's crazy.
Correct.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, thank God I set this all up months ago, or else I'd be freaking out right now. Okay. Why is his quality like that? Change buffer.
It's because I shit in my computer. My bad.
Yo, could you do me a favor, Greycraft? Could you leave and come back?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you need me anymore, or are we good?
You can continue doing what you're doing. I'm going to actually mute you all so you can just do whatever you want. I'm also, if you'd like, I can turn off your camera transfers as well. So you're free to do what you got to do. I should only need just your links. So as long as you stay here for the links, let me copy those over into a notepad, and then you guys should be free to go. I don't think it'll change your link if you leave. No, it should keep you all as guests.
When you say links, do you just mean like
yeah, to your cameras? So inside of here, it says I can copy the solo view link, and I'm trying to see if you leave, will that regenerate a new link? Worst case scenario, I could just jump the link in there, which I think I'm going to do anyway. So yeah, you guys are free to go. I just answered my own fucking question.
All right, my friend. I will see you in about an hour.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, to everybody.
About an
Thank
hour
you.
it is.
Yeah, you're all
right.
in. I'm already seeing the transitions work. You're all good. Thank
All
you.
right.
All right, so that's what we're going to be getting up to in about an hour. Not like debate, like in, you know, questioning each other's parentage and saying all sorts of crass, crude things, but actually having like real, you know, debate. Fun. I have no idea what we're going to debate about. This is part of the thing. So the idea is like skill based on like, you know, actually having good arguments rather than like that. And then there's like judges. There's a whole thing. There's a whole thing that I'm sure he will go over. Yeah, I have no idea. So we'll find out. All right. Back to you here.
In a really fun announcement from Unity this week, which if
If I couldn't alt tab like a champ, then I'd be in a lot of trouble. Cheer. I don't think I did see it.
If you're not familiar with Unity, it's a popular game engine which developers use to actually build a lot of the most popular video games. They announced Unity Muse. In their example video, they actually managed to question the documentation for Unity and learn how to do various things inside of Unity while it searched the documentation. They also demoed creating character animations directly from text. They type, do a backflip, and the character does a backflip. They also demonstrated the ability to quickly create 2D sprite assets. They took this image that looks like it could be out of like an Age of Empires style game and told it to change the color of the roof. They were able to generate realistic textures instantly. Beach, sand, debris. It generated this texture and overlaid the texture on a map. This Unity Muse, they say, is now in closed beta. One cool thing about Unity, as well as Unreal Engine, is they're both actually free platforms to use. So if you've ever been interested in game development, you can use tools like Unity and Unreal Engine and develop games for free. And I imagine all of these new AI features that they're adding into Unity are going to be available within the free platform as well, which is going to make it even easier for anybody to create games. Now, when I say it'll be easier for anybody to create games, I'm not saying it'll be easy for anybody to create good games. I still think there's a lot of storytelling and thought that goes into good games, but anybody could create fairly basic games. They also announced Unity Centis is now in closed beta as well. If you remember my previous conversation with Pernendu from Convey, this actually uses the same technology to give characters unique dialogue within and thought that goes into good games, but anybody could create within games, but it's built directly into Unity.
What hairstyles would you choose if
Anybody could create fairly basic games. They also announced Unity Centis is now in closed beta as well. If you remember my previous conversation with Pernendu from Convey.
Like, I thought that dude was AI generated. I mean, that's a good looking dude, right? Like, he's got the square chin and the, like, that strong jaw and all that, the perfect hair. And it was like, wait, that's a real person?
This actually uses the same technology to give characters unique dialogue within games, but it's built directly into Unity.
What hairstyles would you choose?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Sarah. Put it in art, 100%. Art is whatever, like, the idea of art is something that you have created, right? Like, and using whatever tools are available to you. There's no judgment in that, but it's the art that you want to share. So, yeah.
If you had hair.
If I had hair, I would probably go for a messy bun or ponytail. I like how they look on other people, and I think they're easy to maintain.
What's the secret to life?
The secret to life is to find something you love to do and do it every day.
You can see right here below the video on their announcement, they actually say you can now find professional quality AI solutions from providers such as Convey, N-World, Layer, Leonardo, and more.
And again, this thing that I'm trying to work out with using my Google Home Mini with ChatGPT, I feel like that is going to be like a standard feature thing within like the next year, kind of. Like, if Google had developed ChatGPT, I would already have it. That's what I'm saying. And they just showed that little face doing the thing. I feel like you're going to, like, if I had to make a call, you're going to be able to create your own little AI avatar using some, whatever, and it's going to provide you with a bunch of different options. Some are going to look like VTubers, some are going to look like, that. Some are going to look like, more computerized stuff. All these, whatever you want, like, is basically going to be the order of the day. And you're going to have like a little picture-in-picture on your monitor or TV screen or on your phone that's going to have that. It's going to have that AI, assistant that's like right there. And it's going to be in that fashion, like Clippy, but it doesn't suck, right? Soon.
More, and Convey is actually the company that I demoed with their CEO in a previous video. Speaking of game assets, here's another cool tool that I came across that is also in closed beta, but I'm excited to play around with it. It's called CSM, which is short for Common Sense Machines, and this is a tool that can take 2D images and turn them into 3D assets. Theoretically, we'll be able to take images that we generate in tools like Midjourney or Leonardo, pull them into this tool, and turn them into a 3D asset that we can use inside of a game, inside of a movie, inside of a virtual reality or augmented reality world, or whatever we want with them. In fact, here's some examples that they show on their YouTube channel of some of the assets that were generated. Here's the 2D input, here's the 3D output that it generated. Here's the 2D input of Iron Man, here's the 3D output that it generated as a character. Here's some other examples you can see where it compares the input on the top and then what you get from their output, their Common Sense Machines output, compared to what's existing right now with the OpenAI Shape E, which, obviously still leaves quite a bit to be desired in what that's capable of. I can't wait to get my hands on something like this and show off what it's capable of. Also this week, the tool Wonder Dynamics, the tool that I used to make this crazy robot shooting basketball, came out of closed beta where just a small amount of testers were able to use it, and now it's in open beta where anybody can get access, albeit for a little bit of a cost now. In other news this week, OpenAI's ChatGPT app can now search the web, but only via Bing. Now, I don't know why they added, but only via Bing, because if you've used ChatGPT anyway, it always says ChatGPT with Bing. So even the desktop version is searching the web via Bing. But basically, if you remember a couple weeks ago, we talked about how you can now use ChatGPT directly on your iPhone. You now have that web browsing feature available inside of ChatGPT Plus on your iPhone. And speaking of ChatGPT, in this article from Gizmodo, they ask, is it starting to get a little too crazy with what we're putting ChatGPT into? They talk about this e-bike, which now has built-in ChatGPT. And there's probably very few scenarios where you're actually going to need ChatGPT built into your bike. I mean, if you're out for a bike ride and you happen to have your mobile phone on you and maybe like Bluetooth headphones in your ears, don't you get the exact same thing? Now, there's not a lot that I agree with from Gizmodo these days. However, this is one where I do feel like, all right, this bike company is just throwing AI in, thinking that if I sprinkle some AI on this, then it'll...
And this is where I want to lend a crumb of validity to the naysayers who talk about AI being hype. And I feel like a lot of these things are doing damage to having serious conversations around, artificial intelligence and what the future is going to look like and like that. So I'm trying to have a real conversation and make people aware of what is going to happen, the transformative nature of the next few years. And these people just want to add AI to like it. in places where it doesn't belong, or they're co-opting. Like I saw one, I can't remember what it was because it was stupid, but they took GPT and they just reappropriated those letters to mean something different. Like it had no relation to any kind of large language model or anything else like that. It was this wholly other, piece of garbage. And again, this is a problem indicative of capitalism where everyone's trying to squeeze out a couple bucks from everybody else.
Will make more sales of my bike. This one's an odd one to me. Also in semi-AI news this week, hundreds of actors are ready to strike if SAG-AFTRA doesn't secure a truly transformative deal. A ton of actors in Hollywood are trying to renegotiate the minimum pay that actors earn on jobs, and as part of this potential strike that might happen, they're also concerned about AI. It says here the letter also called for more control of the degree to which studios are able to make actors record themselves during the casting process, and pointedly called out the industry's adoption of AI tools as something SAG-AFTRA should be thinking about very seriously during this current round of negotiations.
So this is an interesting aspect of what's happening, right? Like, and if I had to make a call, I would say that the actors are going to, kind of like err on the side of the Screen Actors Guild. But like when you had, if you saw Top Gun 2 Electric Boogaloo, Val Kilmer was involved in using AI for his character's voice because something happened with Val Kilmer's throat, voice box, something of that nature, and that was required. And what's his name? For some reason I ran into Tommy Lee Jones. It's not Tommy Lee Jones. The guy who did Mufasa and Darth Vader. He recorded his voice for use in future iterations of Darth Vader. So, like, is the union going to be able to prevent actors from agreeing to, like, record their voice for use in future iterations of a particularly iconic character, right? James Earl Jones, that was it. I had the Jones, but it was Tommy Lee for some reason. This again, watching how all this plays out will be very interesting.
We think it is absolutely vital that this negotiation protects not just our likeness, but makes sure we are well compensated when any of our work is used to train AI. Now, in last week's video, I referenced the Black Mirror episode, Joan is Awful, which, again, not going to spoil it for anybody, but that kind of touches on this issue and what that could look like for celebrities if this all goes horribly wrong for them. But it does make me wonder if a ton of actors refuse to work because they're afraid of AI taking their jobs, couldn't that potentially cause AI to take their jobs even sooner? Suhail.
So, that is my concern as well. Is it like, yeah, you would lose out like on a like a Brad Pitt, for instance, but there was a time before Brad Pitt and theoretically, not with AI, yada, 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 whatever, caveat, but like there was a time after Brad Pitt, So like a successfully crafted and marketed idea of actors who are not and have never been people, if they don't, like, we wouldn't have anywhere near as much reality television as we do today if it weren't for the previous writer's strike. Like that was a direct result, which is not to blame the writers or anything else. Just A follows B follows C because of how all these entities interact with each other. I guarantee you that there's at least a group of filmmakers, producers, some person within that ecosystem, and a small group of others with sufficient amount of money who are trying to develop a at least like step one would be voice actors for cartoons, right? I've never really understood having a particularly successful actor do the voice of a cartoon character. Like, why does it matter? Just have a good voice for the cartoon character, right? This is a perfect opportunity to give somebody new a job, kind of thing. And like I give a shit. Why would I give a shit if Chris Pratt is in your cartoon movie? Like, it's not about Chris Pratt. It's about a person who does a good voice for a cartoon character. So yeah. Though the Lego movies, I'm a huge fan of the Lego movies. I thought they were really good. They provided that emotional experience for me, and Chris Pratt was the voice of the guy, and like that. So I don't know, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
From Playground just announced a new feature called mixed image editing. This seems to me to be very similar to what we get from Adobe's generative fill, where we can see in their example, they generate an image of a chocolate cake with fruit, then they sort of mask out a certain area and erase the fruit. They mask out a spoon and say, make it a fork, and it replaces that spoon with a fork. They take the cake and they add birthday candles, and then they mask out the top of the candles and say, light the candles, and it adds flames to the candles. Also, the big news of last week was Midjourney's zoom out feature. Stability AI also recently released uncrop. Well, it now looks like you can do that same kind of thing in Playground, where you can just stretch out an image, click generate, and it will basically uncrop, zoom out, whatever you want to call it, to that image. And what's really cool about Playground is that you can actually still generate images for free on Playground right now if you want. So let's write a prompt here, a wolf in a snowy forest, click generate. I get something that looks like this. I can click the button that says edit in canvas. Now if I come up to the generate image up here, expand it outside the box a bit like so, and just click generate, just like uncrop or generative fill or zoom out, it will fill in the missing gaps here. I could select this little pen up here, make this a little bit larger. If I select this tree here and say, make the tree green and click generate, I now have a green tree. So that's called mixed image editing, and it's available now inside of playgroundai.com. And I don't actually pay for Playground. This is actually free to use right now. If you're a fan of Midjourney, Midjourney just announced a new command that you can try called weird. So check this out. If I enter a prompt like a woman in a colorful dream-like world, I get a pretty cool image that looks something like this. If I do the exact same prompt but add --weird 2000, it goes between 0 and 3000, I get something like this. So just a fun new command that you can try out, and if you're looking for something really wacky and crazy, try ramping up the weird. Also this week, Microsoft announced that they're launching their new AI skills training and resources as part of their Skill for Jobs initiative. Now this is online coursework that's also going to give the first professional certificate of generative AI. So you can actually go through their course and tell people that you are certified in generative AI. The coursework will be unlocked and available for free through 2025. This week, The Verge also released some research. They pulled
Y'all get that? Microsoft is going to offer free training and certification in this, whatever it is, right? Whatever that looks like, whatever certification in generative AI looks like, Microsoft is offering that for free. I assume that there's a link. Don't assume. And MS certification. Here it is from a LinkedIn article. So again, this video will be in the Discord later on today. Certified in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all that shit. It only lasted like 5 years or some shit. It's going to be worse with AI, but like it will have some value in that short term.
2,000 people on how they're using AI, and this was actually very, very interesting. Although 2,000 people isn't a huge data set to really be pulling from, it is interesting because you can see on the left side, these are people that have used or heard of it, and these are people who have not. And if we hover over here, 57% of people in the US, according to this poll, have actually used or heard of ChatGPT. 43% haven't. Bing Chat, only 46% of people have heard of it. My AI from Snapchat, only 45% of people have heard of it. In my opinion, that's probably really high because even among AI circles that I run in, I don't think a lot of people have heard of Snapchat's My AI. Only 38% of people have heard of Google Bard. Only 25% have heard of Midjourney. I would have thought for sure more people would have heard of Midjourney than Bard or My AI. And then only 23% have heard of Stable Diffusion, which that tracks for me. Millennials seem to use it the most, followed by Gen Z, followed by Gen X, followed by Boomers. That tracks right along with the data that I see in my YouTube analytics of who watches my videos. It's probably mostly Millennials and Gen Z, so that seems about right to me. Also in their poll, they asked which of these technologies will have the biggest impact on society. 74% of the people said that AI will have a big impact on society, 69% electric vehicles, 60% virtual reality, 52%.
There's really people out here still doing NFTs. Like, just let it go. Let it go. They're so 2021. Yeah, 100%.
Augmented reality and only 34% NFTs. If I had to guess that VR and AR over time are going to flip, I think more people are going to see AR as the future more so than VR. I just think VR is a little more in the movies with Ready Player One and stuff like that. But so many people are already using augmented reality without even really thinking about the fact that they're using augmented reality. For example, Snapchat and Instagram filters are all using augmented reality. I'll link up to this article below. There's some other interesting information they came up with, like what most people thought AI did a better job than they did at, what people's biggest concerns around AI have been, including 70% of people saying that they believe artists should be compensated when AI copies their work, and how people feel about regulation for AI. They also found, of the 2,000 people they polled, 51% of them believe that AI will become sentient at some point, and 64% of those people are not opposed to companies producing an AI that is conscious or sentient, which I think with a wider data set, I honestly believe that number would probably shrink, but it is what it is. I'll link up the article below if you're interested in learning more about what they found. And finally, I want to end this one with some comments from Mr. Beast, one of my personal favorite YouTubers, about his thoughts on AI from this amazing interview that was on the Colin and Samir show. Again, another one of my favorite YouTube channels. If you're a YouTuber or creator yourself, Colin and Samir, they're the best. You got to check out their channel. Here's Mr. Beast's thoughts on where AI is going.
How do you think about the difference between human intelligence and artificial intelligence?
I don't think it will destroy things. I think it will just free up people to do more of what they love and like focus on creating, and they'll have that for inspiration. And like, there'll probably be a period where everyone just plagiarizes and uses that, and like
it's going to get more homogenous at one point.
And then it'll normalize, and then the people who break through are going to be the ones that use that as inspiration and level up on it. And you know, it just kind of is what it is.
Again, as I've said in so many videos in the past, that is the way I think people should be thinking about AI. I don't think it's going to replace people. It's going to give people that use it superpowers and free up their mind space and their time to focus on other things that could benefit them and their growth even further. And so I love Mr. Beast's thoughts on this, and curious what you think about it. But that's what I got for you. That's a breakdown of the AI news this week, and I'm recording this on Thursday, so there might even be more news that's dropping on Friday that didn't make the video, but if there is, I'll make sure it's in next Friday's video. If you haven't already subscribed to this channel, maybe
make sure you like and subscribe, Matt Wolf. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and we're going to knock out these videos before we get to 8 o'clock and the discourse chamber. All right, so I leave you with cats and art while I use the bathroom.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible. That the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
All right. And right there, that, like, I created that song that you just heard through, you know, I sampled stuff off the internet, and then Magix, I believe, is the name of the program I use to make the music and the beat, and then put the samples into Magix as well, and then just output the entire thing as an MP3. That was a year ago. I feel like if I put some time and effort to looking at some of these newer things that have come out, some of which we're going to look at after the Justin Hawkins video, I could do like a next level song. So I might have to upgrade that next. I mean, the art that you see here is all generated with AI. So I think the music is next at this point. All right. All right, so we'll save this one. And we'll do this one.
Good day to you, one and all. It is I, Justin Hawkins, and this is Justin Hawkins Rides Again. I'm tremendously excited because my producer has sent me a video where someone has AI generated my voice and then got me to do some songs or something. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm going to react to it in the only way I know how. Open-heartedly. Justin Hawkins Rides Again. And I'm definitely going to resist the temptation to slag it off. Yeah, essentially my voice has been stolen. So I'm going to react to these videos and critique AI to see if it's up to scratch and if it passed mustard. Passed muster and cuts the mustard. That's it. You don't want to. That's it. So the first one is Justin Hawkins doing Killer Queen, which is in brackets Queen cover. For those of you who aren't familiar with Killer Queen, listen to the record. Which one is that on? I think that's on Sheer Heart Attack, isn't it? I love the picture they've chosen, though. That's actually a nice outfit and me exuding the kind of attitude that made me a divisive character back in the early noughties. It wasn't like now when absolutely everybody loves me. Yes, including you. I see you.
She keeps always shallow.
Who does that sound like? She keeps him away in Shandon. Who is that?
In a pretty cabinet.
Sounds like, it actually sounds a bit like Jellyfish or something. I'm quite pleased with this.
Let them make cake, she says, just like Marie Antoinette, a building a remedy.
They've got supreme confidence in my...
Real quick, before we go forward, that is exactly what I was referring to earlier, of how, like, I mean, his voice and Freddie's voice in that circumstance sound very similar to me, that you could, like, I can't really tell the difference, right? Like, it's not meaty enough for me to draw a conclusion on it. Justin, however, like, that's his voice, so he's in the field, and I assume we'll draw better conclusions.
Upper mid-range, I think I probably would have gone to falsetto there, because I'm lazy. I'm really pleased with that. Well versed! It's pretty good. Nice fast vibrato. They're basing this on 2003 Justin Hawkins, aren't they? Not this old... no, sorry, that's expletives. Not allowed those. And they've got me to... Queen! Queen! It's right up there. There was a weird harmony there that it chose. Oh, I think I went to a seventh there. I think I'm already buying into this. I'm referring to AI generated me as me. I'm doing a good job here. This is all right. I mean, in the first verse, AI generated me just sounded like Freddie Mercury after a quite serious stroke or some other episode. But now it's me, AI me, herein referred to as me, is really kicking ass. I'm quite pleased with this performance, actually, even though it's a robot. I just don't think it sounds like me, though. I reckon it's this is definitely more like Jellyfish. This is what it sounds like. This was definitely me. Yeah, it's got that. I wouldn't have pulled out of that high note there. Okay, I've heard enough of that one. Right, next up we've got Justin Hawkins and Freddie Mercury, When All Is Said and Done. It's a cover of an ABBA song. Okay, guys, hold on to your asses. This is going to kick it. The video's amazing. I mean, that is like Primera Freddie, Primera Moi. Just before the peak period, which is... yet to be upon us. Peak period being 24 to 26, 2024, 2026. Yes, I think I'm wearing what I used to call the dictator outfit. That's an Angela Bright costume, elaborate garb, and then Freddie's got some suspenders on some stripy trousers. It looks a little bit like a cat suit at first glance, but then when you look closely, it's not that. And a really plunging necklace. And a choker. Why stop there? Should go full Mr. T, really. So, who's going to take the first line? Thing is, as Liam Payne once noticed, all the cameras are on me, red light goes on, and you can rely on me not to freeze. So I think Freddie would have probably backed off and allowed... Sorry, AI Freddie would have backed off and said, go on AI, Justin, you take the first verse. It's all right, I'll just pluck up the requisite courage to sing the second one.
He's still face.
Why do I sound like I'm in The Killers?
One more toast, and then we'll pay the bill. Deep inside.
Side. I mean, I do have some affectations in my voice that are probably a bit less side and a bit more side. I'd say side. I can honestly say I've never pronounced side.
Both of us.
So yeah, you got it wrong, Confuser. No.
There's no passage, you and me, we fly instinctively.
Why would I do that?
In our lives, we have
And Freddie's taking the second verse. Here we go.
some strange and lonely traits.
Lonely. It's nearly spot on, isn't it? And the rest of it's a bit iffy.
Slightly worn, but dignified and locked in love.
Yeah, when his voice shreds on those sort of... this is 80s Freddie, but they've used a 70s Freddie picture.
Please be striving for the sky, the taste for one more bar.
That bit sounds a bit more like, after all is said and done,
Yeah.
you never run, you're a winner. So this, I think, obviously the ABBA song came first, but I think it's fair to say that Stan Bush's You've Got the Touch from the Transformers soundtrack in 1986 is quite similar to
Nice
that.
reference.
After all is said and done. After all is said and done. All right, this is brilliant. It's pretty good, Freddie, actually.
On you rise, shake your head.
But you've got to say, that sounds more like The Killers. Okay, here's Justin Hawkins singing The Rain Must Fall, which is a Queen cover. Brilliant.
No problem.
Well, it's just easy to forget that it's supposed to be me. I just not getting that at all. I'm getting more of a Freddie vibe on this, aren't you guys? Maybe because it's a Queen song. That just sounds like Freddie. What are they doing? Come on, Confuser. Someone forgot to type it in.
Your every day is full of sunshine.
I'm sorry, guys. That just sounds like Freddie. It's rubbish. So the next one is a Darkness song. It's Sticky Situations. But it's an AI cover, so the AI is singing it and not me, not the master vocals that would ordinarily be on there. Or I say master because I am the master of the vocal. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it won't be. This is what it sounds like when they take my actual singing off and replace it with a robot that's trying to do what I normally do. Good luck, everybody.
I love your smile. But do you have to smile? In words or nature?
Yeah, it's not too bad actually.
There's nothing anyone could say.
It's all right. I mean,
'Cause I love.
but I don't know. It's just the thing about AI is what I've noticed here is you want to hear more stink on the love. You want to get something in there that's just like got more attitude, but it's just hitting the note and doing a perfunctory performance of the song. I mean, the regular recording is far more exciting, as evidenced by no. But you can listen to it on the computer somewhere else, but and hear the original. That bit sounds just like. That's pretty good. It's a bloody weird thing to do. An AI cover with somebody doing, a computer trying to simulate what was already there in the first place, or generate it rather. It's weird to sort of, what happens is you sort of listen to it and you go, okay, yeah, this is me. Or if it's really bad, you just have no sort of connection to it at all, because if it's not right, it's just not right. Voices are unique, aren't they? And I can imagine that this software is going to become completely flawless, and it'll be able to simulate the nuances of the individual that they're trying to copy. But at the moment, it's almost like you can hear the affectations from the original recording being applied to something that's just generating a timbre. And also, it doesn't make the right choices in terms of how hard to hit certain things. And there's got to be more dynamic scope in the way they simulate certain areas of it. But it's really exciting to sort of imagine that somebody's wasted like 5 to 6 minutes of their time generating these things. It's actually quite flattering, I would say. You know, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Awesome. All right, well, what did you think of it? Let me know in the comments section below. It's bloody weird when it's your own voice. But what do you guys think? Justin Hawkins rides again. Copy that, Confuses. All right, so don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, and watch.
Yeah. That was fun. I like that. And he had the reference to the Transformers movie. The animated Transformers movie from back in the 80s. Top notch. Great stuff. Like, it was amazing. And it had that song that shows up in Boogie Nights. And yeah. All right, so my man Ocean here. I saw this on Paradigm, so pre-watch. But Ocean is going to talk about some of these tools. Yeah.
I tested out 200 AI tools to find the best one for musicians. Here is a list of my top 10, and if you stay to the end, I'll reveal my favorite one. There's been a lot of AI songs going around at the moment, like the one Drake featuring The Weeknd that went super viral. That song was made using this tool right here, Sovit's SVC. SVC stands for Singer Voice Conversion. And it does just that. You upload an audio file and then essentially it just turns that audio file into a different voice. I can tell you now the interface for this tool it's a bit confusing. It's not user-friendly at all. But if you have the patience, you can definitely make something really special. Here's a vocal sample that I found.
I'ma bust it, I'ma hit, I'ma have to bust the clip.
I uploaded it to SVC to make it sound more like Drake. And then after converting it, this is how it sounds now.
I'ma bust it, I'ma hit, I'ma have to bust the clip.
I mean, that does definitely sound like Drake. And now with a little bit of mixing, a bit of tools on there, and a beat underneath it, we have a Drake song.
I'ma bust it, I'ma hit, I'ma have to bust the clip. I'ma bust it, I'ma hit, I'ma have to bust the clip.
That actually sounds quite sick. Next up on my list is play phrase. On this website, you type in any phrase, for example, I love music. And what it does, it scans through movies and finds scenes where this phrase is said. This could be really cool.
Like that is amazing, especially for someone like Levelhead, who uses a lot of sounds in his stream. Rotted Ranch, Kaya uses a lot of sounds in his stream. And Paradigm also uses a lot of sounds, a lot of samples in his stream. So usually you have to like stumble on them by accident, but like now you can do it with more intentionality. You can like, I want to say this thing. Like, this is my approach to, like, GIFs, right? Like, I love to comment on people's posts with GIFs because it's not just the words. There's, like, you can apply an emotional intent, right? Like, if I just say, yeah, that's one thing. But if I put, like, yeah, with like a little sad person, then it has that different emotional connotation. So it adds a layer of depth to the comment and like that. So I'm always looking for like, a really good GIF that I can use in those places, and GIFs, the GIF software that's inherent in a lot of different messaging platforms is really, really good at this point in time, and I can generally work with it, and I'm looking forward to see AI GIF combo thing is going to be amazing. But the idea that I could reach out, find the thing that I want to say, and then be able to sort through to get the proper vocal inflection and do it that way, that's awesome. And for music, it's on another level.
For samples, but also beat tags. I want to try and make a beat tag for myself. Let's type in ocean.
So how would you know an ocean from a lake?
Sounds really cool for a beat tag. So after tidying up that vocal clip with a bit of EQ, with a bit of reverb, just a bit of compression, this is what we got now.
Ocean.
That's That's really cool for a beat tag. I might have to use that one. Next up, we have lalao.ai, and this allows you to break a song down into stems. I use this tool a lot when I'm sampling. I might hear a track, might hear a song, I like the melody, but maybe I want to just take the melody and not have the drums in the background. So then I'll use Lao to separate everything out. I created a tech house remix using this song right here. But from that sample, I only wanted the bass and the vocals. So I dragged the audio file into Lao, waited for it to finish processing, and then now Lao has split it into specific parts. So here we can hear all the girls standing in the line for the bathroom. Just the vocals right there, and then
You don't understand. If you have ever tried to manually isolate vocals out of a thing, and what a pain in the ass it is to do that, and the results are almost always subpar, unless you like have access to, you know, really advanced shit. This is crazy to me. I don't know how much any of this stuff costs, but it could be the kind of thing, in the same way that you go for like a Netflix or you know, a Disney Plus subscription service. I'm going to hit it up for a month, pay my, you know, $8 to $12, whatever, and then bang it out, right? Like, I'm going to create over this period of time, and I'm not going to worry about like completing anything as much as I'm going to be worried about like gathering up all my resources. And then after the, you know, the cycle date, then I go back in and then I start assembling the pieces in order to create the thing that I want to create.
this part, it seems like it's taken out the vocals and it's just got the instrumental. Sometimes you can hear there's a bit of crossover with the frequencies and it's not super clear, but once you put some effects on it, it can sound really, really cool, really, really nice. Just like what I did with this track right here. That sounds sick. So as you can see, Lao can be really good for sampling, for beat tags, for remixes. It's a really useful tool. Next up on my list is tone transfer. With this tool, you can use your voice to make melodies and then turn them into actual instruments. Let me show you how it works. I have a melody idea in my head and I'm just gonna voice note record it. Let's take that melody idea.
This is another thing, like, and they recently came out with the solution for this. Like, I have Shazam on my phone, so whenever I hear a song, I can hit that Shazam button and I get that song. But sometimes it's like there's a song that I can't remember the name of again, but I've got it on my Spotify, and Soulful Strut is the name of the song. It goes dun 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 dun. And in that aspect of like having the thing in my head and being able to direct it into something that can take that, analyze it, and associate it with these other things is really helpful in like finding that song that you heard and you remember, but you have no idea what the name of it is anymore. So yeah.
Idea, and I'm going to upload it into Tone Transfer, and then we can turn that melody idea into a flute. Let's hear how that sounds. That really doesn't sound too bad. I kind of like that. You can choose a saxophone, you can choose a trumpet, you can choose a violin. They even got some parameters like the mix.
What up, Barky
if you want to
J?
play around with that. But out of all these instruments, I think the flute one sounds quite cool. So let's go ahead and run with that one. As usual, with a few touches, I put some effects on it and I've turned it into a beat. This is what we got now.
Thank you.
Tone transfer can...
I mean, to be fair, that just means this is a 75th episode about AI, but like, there's no signs of stopping. We're going to be talking about AI. Like, I literally went and I looked to find out, like, okay, who else on Twitch is talking about AI? The answer is, as far as I can tell, no one. There are AI shows, There are now more than one AI VTuber. There is, the various little cartoons that are running with AI, but no one is talking about it in this way. I know that there were a couple of people who were talking it from a technical aspect, and that's cool, but I'm here, I'm taking all the different things and I'm bringing them to you, and I hope that y'all appreciate it. Yeah.
Can be really, really useful if you want to take melodies that you have in your head.
I'm going to step this up to 1.25 because somehow there's not enough time in the day. We only have 5 minutes to get through 7 minutes of content.
And turn them into ideas really, really quickly, especially if you can't play the flute, the sax, and you just want that sound really quickly. Next up on my list, we've got Midjourney, which is a tool you can use to generate images. So let's say you're about to drop a song, you want to release it on all the streaming platforms, Spotify, Apple. You're going to need an eye-catching cover. On Midjourney, you can type in a description of exactly what you want for your cover, and then it will take those words and transform them into an image. I heard that Travis Scott is dropping his album Utopia really soon, so let's go ahead and make an album cover for that. So head over to Midjourney Discord and go to any of these newbie rooms. So I'm going to type in /imagine, that's the prompt, and then let's go for the description. So I'm going to type in Travis Scott standing above a crowd.
Okay, it looks like Paradigm wants us in the room, so I apologize for not being able to get through this video. If you want access to the video, you can do what I did and type the name of it into your search engine, or you can hit !Discord, join the Discord where I put all the videos after the fact, get them up in there. I would like to point out that the sub goal still has some space in there if you felt like wanting to contribute, wanting to become a subscribe member, get access to the emotes. I uploaded a few new emotes, took out some ones that weren't really getting use. You want to support the channel, this is my sub goal for the entirety of the month. It will never change. It will be 25. I just need to hit the 25 and then I'm happy, right? Like, that's it. I'm not, and then you spend your money where you see fit with all the other streamers who need it. Let me do the thing. I gotta turn this back on. I have to do this, so if it can't happen here, you gotta message me.
No.
Josie!
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Sorry I haven't been able to get on your show. This month has been bonkers.
He know, because I've been with you. He know.
Oh,
I done been telling him. He know.
Yeah, no, you're doing real work. As much as I would love to talk to you, like, I understand that you're busy, and I will be happy to have you at whatever time you're available.
Yes, which should be sooner than later.
Okay, you're coming out double. That means that I am monitoring your audio from in here. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's me. Shit. Okay. Josie, speak real quick.
1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, there we go. All right, so it is monitoring you in here as well. It's just giving me the option to control it from OBS, which is cool. Sorry, I've never used a Video Ninja outside of being a participant to set up the windows. So being a director, it's kind of new for me. Oh, but it looks so good. I knew this shit was going to look fucking fire. I knew this shit was, if I had y'all's user cards, I could turn on 3D motion and shit. Woo! I'm sorry, I'm getting excited.
What do you want me to name my stream?
Bitches Get Pussy? I don't know. What?
Oh my god.
Greycraft has it as, I believe, your cult leader enters the chamber. So if everybody wants to put their stream name as like their tagline.
Okay, that's a good idea. All right, I'm stealing that.
All right. Globus, you're in here. Let's get your video copied. Damn, I wish you could just drag that shit because that would make time. Okay. Globus link. Select 1920. 1080. All right, there you go. Globus, can I get a voice test from you?
Check 1, 777.
Okay, same thing is happening, so I have to do that for everybody. Control video via OBS, then mute you. Can I get another voice check?
Check 1, 7.
Beautiful. Everybody's coming through. Can you both hear each other?
Yep.
All righty. Now we just wait for Greycraft and that. I'm going to continue setting up your intros. It's 8 p.m. I don't like being behind. I really don't fucking like being behind. It's not good for me. I've been having panic attacks about this shit all fucking week.
That's probably
I'm
not
putting
helpful.
I'm putting the Bird Queen entered the chamber.
Beautiful. Okay, that's Gray's link. Now where's Alex's link? There we go. Browser. Alec Gunter link.
The time thing is in the way of somebody's. I'm trying to mess with their volume and I can't.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Can you
Here,
hear
wait,
me?
I got it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you need help? What's up?
Who is the lovely man with the hat and beard?
Oh shit, yeah, y'all can meet each other. Y'all can talk now. The blackout edition is only for up until the day. You have to meet each other beforehand.
I'm
Globus the Elder.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
Globus the Elder. I know who you are. You're on YouTube. I see you on Twitter. Yeah, I aspire to be as famous as you are.
Wait, what did you say your name is?
Globus the Elder.
Have you guys not met before? I feel like y'all met before.
No.
Spell it for me, because I feel like I'm still missing it.
Okay. GLOB as in boy US _the _elder. On Twitter, I'm just Globus the Elder, all one word.
Oh, Globus the Elder. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're waiting on one more person. You're all in. It looks beautiful. I'm kind of like really happy. You'll see me in a second. Don't worry. I haven't even plugged in my camera yet because I've spent all this time making assets for you lovely people. I hope you enjoy it. This is going to be a fun ass time. You're not going to be here long as well. We're not one of them corny ass debate shows where you're going to be sitting here for 3 hours talking about should blah 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 and then drama. This and it's going to be part of the intro, so you're going to hear this twice. This is a show to kind of get you your clips, this is my proof. This is extra footage for you, extra stuff that you can bounce around on TikTok, Instagram, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to provide a platform where for once in your life, when somebody asks you to be on a panel, it's not no weird shit, but it is a debate show. The questions that we've picked, I'm not going to tell you because blackout, of course, but these questions will not challenge you to defend weird positions. No clipped out of context. No worry about that. No feed on that. It's all going to be gravy. If you know me, you know I rock heavy with that. So I want you to trust me on this. It's beautiful. where the fuck is Greycraft? Brother! Niggas is probably in the chat right now waiting. I do not like especially for my first fucking production. Okay, you all look so good in this already. Jesus. So you guys won't be able to see much of the production on this side. I probably can make like my screen capture for OBS a scene so you could watch it in real time, but I feel like that's going to cross audio streams. That's going to be this and that. I'm not doing it. I'm going to explain the rules during the intro, so I'm not going to re-round you around that. But you don't have to also worry about talking over each other. Each of you will have turns. There will be a point for open discussion. You will all be timed. I will have the timer on my side. Don't worry about that. I doubt any of you are going to go over. Shit, man. Where is Greycraft?
Greycraft.
Waycraft, we need you.
Waycraft.
Fuck. Let me load the music for the intro, and then I'm ready to go. Thank God y'all can hear me. I gotta link my camera in. Is it on? Is it in? Now, let's see if you guys can see me on this end. That's gotta be him, because that's the motherfucker with the loud-ass fan in the background.
Waycraft.
What?
We was waiting on you.
Sorry. I was in the middle of a segment talking shit about Tim Pool, so I just kind of got.
All right,
I literally stopped a video to be here. So you're needing to finish up your segments. And I don't want to hear it. Professionals are on time.
Yo, I just challenged him to Creator Clash, so like, you know, it's important. I'm sorry.
Raycraft, you're really quiet compared to everybody else.
That's because I lowered him. You want me to raise him?
Oh.
Yes, raise me from the dead.
It just seemed like he was a lot lower than everyone else, so I'm confused why you would lower him.
Because I can hear his fan on in the background. He didn't have his headphones in. He knows the problem. Yeah, he
Gotcha.
knows.
It's never that loud for me, so whatever. Whatever.
Okay, everybody should be good. Let me do one last check. Let me check the cuts on each.
All right, here's the thing. I turned it away from the mic. How's that now?
Okay, I like that. Okay, you all look great. I'm sorry you don't have intro cards. You do have intro cards. I'm sorry you don't have user cards or tickers. I honestly ran out of time, but we'll do that for the next one. Your intros are all set. I'm going to get ready to put you all on. I'm getting ready to start the show. I just have to make sure you guys are in the 2-on-2 frame properly. Delete.
So what I'm sharing what I see in front of me. Which
yes,
is
you all
the
can
file.
share. Yeah, you all can share just the room.
Okay.
Cool.
The main part of the production is the discussion. That's what I have to make sure is set. When you see the thing, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Do I have time to grab something from the fridge real quick?
Yes, you do. Because
Cool.
I just need to grab your links and paste them here.
Y'all are live on my Twitch. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
And I'm muting too.
Mm-hmm. Sorry for that. Gray. Have everybody. Josie, Gray, Alec, Gunter. And where the fuck is Globus?
I'm right here.
No. On my screen. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Now all four of you go underneath the frames. There's the clock. Can I open the clock? Yes, I can. Fuck me.
Real quick.
Talk to me.
These things fucking slap. You ever had them?
Hell yeah.
Dude, these things are fucking. I love them. I haven't had them like.
Since Greycraft, since you're responding right now, give me a number 1, 2, 3, or 4.
3.
3. Okay, that means Josie's gonna get 1. Globus will get 4, and Alec gets 2.
What's up, baby?
Sorry. It wants to snap to everything, bro.
By the way, let me know when I should start recording because I may or may not put this on my YouTube channel.
Yo, that would be dope if you want to.
Okay.
Same.
That'd be dope. Hopefully I could take care of the production part so you don't even have to edit that shit. That's kind of what I'm going for here as far as the television show feel, is that you guys shouldn't have to edit anything. It should just be straight up. You show up, production is ready, you do it, and you dip.
Okay.
All righty. You're all 4 in there. You look nice. Josie, can you wave?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm in. The chat is ready to go. They're amped up as much as you are, I think.
Okay. Globus, can I get a wave? There we go. Greycraft, can I get a wave? Okay, you're stuttering. Why the fuck are you stuttering?
No, that was my fingers. That was...
No. It's me on the camera. Like you're stuttering. Oh, I know why. What a fucking loser, bro.
What are you doing, bro?
I had After Effects still open because I was doing the graphics. I was like, what's taking up my CPU? Okay, everybody looks great now. I just need one more check before we start. Alec, let me get a wave. Perfect. Okay, y'all look much better. Okay, intro. I'm cutting off the desktop audio. I'm cutting off my mic audio. And I'm muting all 4 of you. I should be the only one you hear. If you hear me, please give me a thumbs up. Nice. We are finally ready to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy it. Please go to twitch.tv/the_paradigm_shift. And you'll get to see what we got going on here. Wait, I ain't even turned on my camera. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. One moment. Where is it? Video capture. There we go. There I am. Now put me under the video host border. And I am good. I believe we are ready to go. Okay, yeah, I'm in there. Nice. Oh, this looks better than I thought it was going to look. Nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating. I hope to get you out of here as fast as possible. Let me move the control room over here so I can just see you all. Make sure I didn't just break nothing. Yep. Here we go.
All right, Paradigm just went live. So I'm operating under the idea that we're muted everywhere else. If anyone else on this panel can hear me, give me the finger. Good to go. So I appreciate everyone's patience while we get this set up. Should be an interesting time. This is the premiere of the Discourse Chamber from the_paradigm_shift. We'll put that in chat. Paradigm is one of the most ambitious creators on the platform, and my homie. So, What up, Alina? I feel like other people are hearing something that I am not privy to. So they're probably watching like his stream. I could do that, but then it would throw off the thing. Unless I grab it real fast. Okay, did that work? It worked. I could do this, and then bop over here, go over here.
Hotel, there it is.
Hey, nobody cares, bro.
Gentlemen, welcome, one and all, to the Discourse Chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. It is your esteemed guest, the Paradigm Shift.
Oh, there's an echo on his end.
In this room that we have here. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate you supporting us and patronizing us with your time and energy. We hope to bring you a great show today as for the first time ever, the Discourse Chamber opens. Ladies and gentlemen, we've held you on ceremonious ground long enough. Screw the long intros. Screw the I have a script here, and it's like I'm supposed to be reading it. Yes, I'm breaking characters just for this one moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. We got a special surprise for you because not only is the first installment of the Discourse Chamber the first installment, but it's also a special edition known as...
This is Blackout Edition. All participants do not know their opponents, nor does the audience. The topics have been hidden as well. You'll be pitted against others and yourself. Good luck to you, and have fun. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the rules for this are simple. Each of the guests will be presented with questions. Questions unlike anything you've seen before on a show. Before I do this, just let me turn on my light. Just let me, because I was going to try to finagle that shit. Let me just turn on the fucking light, okay? All right, okay. Nope, wrong light. Well, wrong light. There we go. There's some light. Echo? There's an echo, probably because you're hearing it from inside the room as well. Nah, there's an echo? What? Oh, I see it. I see it. How about now? We good? Yo. We good? Yeah, we good now. Technical fucking difficulties, all right? First guest on it. Blackout Edition. Let's fucking go. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you
Welcome to the Discourse Chamber. Josie Rose C.
Welcome in, Josie. Introduce yourself to the audience.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hello. Okay, I can't see your camera on my side. Just to let you know.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to see you?
No, you're not.
Are you? Okay. All right.
It would just drain our resources. This is okay. Not everything got to be fucking scripted, guys.
Hey, it's fine. It's
Right.
scripted. What are you talking about? Hi, I'm Josie Rose C. I do Twitch streaming, variety content. I do maybe some gaming here, but talk really mainly about trans rights. And my day job, I'm a director of a national nonprofit where I work on trans issues and collecting data on trans humans. And I also work on the election side too, getting trans candidates elected too. So just a tiny little dribble of the things that I do just for the time of sake, because if I gave you everything I did, we'd be here all night. So here you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up one time and one time only for the legendary director at the National Transgender Center for Equality. Did I get that right? I got that right.
Yeah. Well, I'm the director of the U.S. Transgender Survey and Special Projects at the National Center for Transgender Equality Access Fund. But hey, it's all good. We're good.
There we go. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, next guest on the list, we got. Please don't fuck this up. Please don't fuck this up. Please don't fuck this up. Globus the Elder, the dominant hominid. We're going to replay that because apparently you guys could not hear that audio. We apologize.
Welcome to the Discourse Chamber. The dominant hominid. Globus the Elder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Globus the Elder. Talk to the crowd. Let them know who you are.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? No, that's not my bit. Hi, I'm Globus the Elder, Globus _the_elder, or Globus the Elder, all one word on Twitter. And I talk about AI, I talk about automation, I talk about robotics, and as far as I can tell, I'm the only person talking about those things on Twitch. I'm easy to find. Come find me and come join the conversation, because it's important.
Very nice indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's looking beautiful in here. But who said we were done? We got another person coming down to the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you, for the very first time on the Paradigm Shifts broadcast, we have
Welcome to the Discourse Chamber. Alec Gunter.
What's up, Alec? Let them know. You're muted. Okay, you know.
Hello. Can I speak?
Absolutely.
Excellent. My name is Alec Gunter. I am a Twitch streamer and YouTuber extraordinaire. I am mostly streaming leftist politics, of course. For my day job, I'm an RN. I work home care with a quadriplegic trach vent patient. I have a history working also in nursing homes and in an addiction clinic. So I'm kind of all over the place in my past 3 years of being an RN. I also have a biology degree from the University of Cincinnati. So transphobes out, biologist is in, okay? You got nothing on me. So that's about it. I try to do some activism for the LGBTQ community as well. And now that's about it. So there you go.
Beautiful. We love to see it. We love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, because we don't do that shit here. Everybody's intros are done and picked randomly. We got the final guest to Blackout Edition. It is Now imagine I didn't give you an intro just to mess with you. Now imagine I didn't give you an intro, bro, just to mess. I just wanted to see if you was gonna be surprised when I threw you up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the Discourse Chamber. Greycraft.
It's the motherfucking Greycraft in the building.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. How's everyone doing? What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Introduce yourself.
My name is JC Greycraft. You can also call me Cult Leader. You can also call me Daddy or Mommy. Doesn't really matter. Pronouns are he, him, his. I do leftist politics, kind of like everyone else on this panel. But we also do advocacy for 12-step recovery from a leftist, non-Abrahamic point of view, as well as spirituality, religion, philosophy, from a little bit of an alternative, unorthodox perspective. But most of the time, we just dunk on chuds and transphobes and homophobes and just pretty much anyone to the right of center, especially centrists. We also just chill, play video games like any other shitbag on twitch.tv. So there's that. Thank you for having me on. Really appreciate it. And as always, hello everyone else on the panel. You're all lovely people. Glad to be here.
Hope you keep that energy up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to the main set so you can see your 4 participants for the Discourse Chamber Blackout Edition. Take a look at the realm of people we got here today. You might have also noticed a clock sitting down at the bottom of the screen. For this purpose of this stream and this event only, this clock might not be used if somebody oversteps their time. But don't worry about that. We'll explain that and much more to you as we zip back to our host of the fucking show. It's the man, the myth, the legend. It's me. Why did my light turn red? What the fuck? Whoa, I didn't do. Y'all saw me. I didn't even have the phone in my hand. Nah, I'm getting railroaded. It's the system. They never want to see a black man. They never want to see a black man prosper. That's crazy. Y'all seeing this in real time too. That's crazy. Y'all think I'm joking. This shit is not a joke. Hold on, I got you. Oh, yeah, let's go! I told you. Sorry, this is my moment now, my intro. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Paradox Marquise. You already know who I am. You already know what I do. I've been telling y'all production was gonna go crazy. I told you when I opened this shit, it was gonna look different. I promise you, it's not even over yet. We haven't even scratched the surface of the production of this, let alone the questions. Speaking of the questions, it's Blackout Edition. So we should probably get to the first question, and we should probably get to everything else, shouldn't we? Ladies and gentlemen, our 4 guests will be first asked. Question number 1. Or let me do the pitch for it. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests in the stream, panelists, welcome to this intellectually stimulating debate on a subject that merges the realms of popular culture, politics, and social dynamics. Today, we are gathered here to explore the intriguing connection between 2 things, and you, the participants, will be asked to either agree or disagree and state why your reasons to this and your reasons within your answer to this next question. In light of the unprecedented success of Pokemon Go, a game that captured the imaginations of millions, can we discern any correlation between its rise? Are you ready? Can we? Y'all love this fucking question. I'm sorry. I've been thinking about this shit all fucking week. Can we discern any correlation between its rise and the political events that unfolded during the 2016 election, particularly the electoral victory of Donald Trump and the subsequent emergence of far-right movements? In essence, does Pokemon Go possess the capacity to shape social behavior and influence political attitudes? Could the immersive nature of the game, coupled with its widespread popularity, have inadvertently contributed to the cultural milieu that facilitated Trump's ascent to power and fostered the growth of far-right ideologies? We invite our esteemed panelists to express their perspectives and engage in a spirited discourse that encompasses various angles of analysis. To start out, we will have because I want her to get clipped out of context so badly. Josie Rose C, you will have 3 minutes to make an opening statement.
And am I a pro or do I have to be for something or against something? Are you assigning me my position? I don't remember.
No, not that. No, you're jumping out of the gun. That's for later.
Okay.
That's for later. No,
Okay.
they don't know that yet. Oh no, we just want you to answer the question. You could
I'm
agree
like
with it.
ruining everything. I apologize.
No, this is fun. This is what I want. 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 Josie, you are up first. 3 minutes on the clock. Can you make an argument that if or if not, the unprecedented success of Pokemon Go led to the election of Donald Trump?
Okay. Since I get to choose the position, I'm gonna say absolutely not. I can also say, wait, you know what? I can say that it didn't yet, not in 2016, but it did later. And let me explain. So when you look at the 2016 election cycle, you see a lot of people getting into politics for the first time. And also in Pokemon Go, you see a lot of people getting into gaming for the first time, if you can consider Pokemon Go a game at all. And essentially, you start to see people getting excited about something, right? There's this in the buzz. People are wanting to do something, wanted to see change, wanted to upend the system. And, and some people just wanted to go to the gym and, catch some Pokemon on a very terrible phone app that had no real objective whatsoever, almost like Trump, okay? With no objective whatsoever other than destroy the country. So honestly, when we look at Pokemon Go, you think about Hillary Clinton saying, oh, Pokemon Go to the polls, because of the fact that they wanted young people to go to the polls because they knew that young people would actually start pivoting the way that the election would actually turn out. But because most people in the Gen Z generation still weren't able to vote, those votes didn't get counted into the next election till the next election cycle. So although Pokemon Go was an astounding success in its own right and getting people, out and about, walking around and all of that type of stuff, it was marketed and hit to a majority voter base that is below the age of 18, meaning that there was no discernible effect that Pokemon Go could have played. However, when you look at the 2020 election and then the subsequent 2022 election, you'll see that we have more young people voting more than ever. So at that point, you could say, yeah, Pokemon Go, if it was created maybe 4 years later, may actually would have made a discernible difference in the election cycle, but not that time. So I will just say flatly, 2016, no, Pokemon Go did not have any discernible effect on the election of Donald Trump.
That's crazy. We got our first no. I wasn't expecting that till Greycraft opened his mouth. Speaking of Greycraft opening his mouth, Greycraft, it's on you, my brother. The question now comes to you. You have 3 minutes to make your opening statement. Begin.
Same question, I presume, right?
No, a completely different one that I never said yes.
Okay, good. So about this completely different question. No, I don't even know if I need a full 3 minutes, to be honest. I would also disagree, but not entirely. I'm going to say mostly no. The reason why I would say mostly no is because, the Pokemon Go to the polls thing, it became a meme, and it just kind of went viral everywhere. Everyone's making fun of Hillary Clinton for the Pokemon Go to the poll thing. And unfortunately, memes are kind of a political vehicle if they're used right at times. I don't know. I think that they probably had some degree of political impact. I'm not going to say that it didn't, but it wasn't because of the game itself. It was because of the memification of it via Clinton. You go to any 4chan forum and it's going to be full of just outright actual degeneracy, not what they mean it to be. I don't know. I kind of think that it ultimately has nothing to do with Donald Trump being elected. I'm gonna have to say no, and the rest of the time, I'm just gonna go ahead and forfeit because
Nice. We got a fence sitter. Man, ladies and gentlemen, the question is now being passed to our one and only Alec, and as they would say it in wrestling, Gunta. Same question to you.
Well, thank you very much. Let me tell you something, brother. I have a lot of respect for our president, Donald Trump. And he's still our president, mind you. Now, Donald Trump, what a lot of people don't know about him is he was a big Pokemon fanatic, much like myself. You can see I've got the Pokeball here from Pokemon Arcane. Legends Arceus is what it's called, if I do recall. And Donald Trump was hiding. Well, he wasn't hiding. He was legally owning his Charizard holographic card. And the government broke in to steal that card. I'm telling you, that's what happened. That's why he's indicted, because they knew that he held that card, and it's a very powerful card. Let me tell you something. So, how does this have to do with his 2016 election? Well, I'll tell you. Hillary Clinton came out and she tried to cancel Pokemon Go, and so everybody was like, "That's not cool." That is, as the kids say, not cool. So they went ahead and voted for Trump, and that's what I think happened. But in all seriousness, I think that what we tend to forget in 2023, the year of our Lord and Savior, is that back in that year, it was not nearly as politically divisive as it is now, at least not to the general broad public. So the impact that Pokemon Go would have had would have been like people coming together. That you would have thought that would have had the opposite effect, where it would have helped Hillary Clinton. But since it was so we had just had 8 years of Obama. Hillary Clinton wasn't doing so hot in the polls anyway. And so Donald Trump came along and just kind of wowed everybody. So do I think that it could have diminished his numbers slightly? Perhaps. But no, I do not actually think that it helped Donald Trump.
Oh, good. We got 3 no's. That's crazy. I was expecting I picked the right question then. Good. Because I got plenty of leadings from that. Great answer. You've all given great answers. I just want to appreciate y'all one more time for setting up and coming through here. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we have the dominant hominid. Monsieur Globus, the question goes on to you.
So we're gonna make it a clean sweep because I'm also a solid no. On one side, there was a game that preceded Pokemon Go, and it was called Ingress, and it was the platform that Pokemon Go was built on. It's just that Pokemon Go was very popular, or Pokemon was very popular, which led to the explosion of that as a thing. People want to be the the Pokemon trainer. They are willing to like Pokemon Stadium gives you one aspect of it. This is more the walking around like in the role-playing game aspects of it. On the other hand, the Republican machine has had from almost the beginning done a very good job of destroying any possibility that Hillary could have won that election in the minds of a lot of the voters, because they chose that as the route. They attacked her and undermined her, even in places where she actually had some kind of credibility. And she did not do herself any points by skipping out a lot of states and things like that. She felt that it was just, how can I go up against Donald Trump and lose? And that came in bitter in the ass. And people wanted an outsider, and Donald Trump was an outsider. And I think Donald Trump demonstrated why you don't elect outsiders.
Such a cute fucking cat.
Thank you.
Right on time, too. Your 3 minutes is up. Now, you all 4 have had dissenting opinions. Normally, in the middle of a discourse chamber, we'd be like, "Oh no, there's no discourse here. I'll give you one. I'll actually chime in here, which I did not plan to, and I do not plan to do this for the next 2 questions. I actually would like to disagree with all of you. I think Pokemon Go did have an effect on the 2016 election, and I think it was one of the primary drivers to electing him. And the reason why I say that is simply this one thing. Is it possible that we could see this as a lull or a dulling of the masses? As you said, Josie, Pokemon Go specifically targeted people in that age range of 18 to pretty much 25. Everybody was going outside. There was no ever thought of a pandemic. It seemed like life kind of flowed pretty beautifully for people in 2016 when it came to Pokemon Go. Now, for us personally, I've talked to all four of you, so I know 2016 is not everyone's favorite year. But in the general masses, I think I can make an assertion that more people started to hang out with each other. More people, AC noise coming through. That's great craft. See what I mean? It's not me. Anyway, I would like to make the case that I think a lot of people had not really put politics on their list because they were so consumed with the idea. Like, you saw the masses of people going to collect Charizards. You saw when a new Pokemon was dropping, everybody was going outside to that specific area. There was so much unification from that game that I feel like if you were to bring up politics in the middle of playing the game, people would have looked at you crazy. I think that what we miss is, as we start talking about digital media, social psychology, I feel as though the main voter base that kind of took 2016 as a joke, because as you guys remember, people did vote for Harambe. And yes, I'm making another case that those votes and the other wasted votes led to the election of Donald Trump, because we were there, we saw it. Why was that so prevalent? I think that Pokemon Go was a major driving factor in keeping people so glued to their phones without giving a shit about anything else that they just let it. Oh, who cares? Donald Trump's not going to win. I don't need to vote. Who's going to vote for Donald Trump anyway? Let me go catch this Charizard. Anybody have a retort to that? The floor is open.
I'd actually like to put a little nuance on my take. I'm not. I would have to go back and see exactly what Trump was talking about during that time, because back then he was talking about like LGBT people being on his side and stuff, and it was all over the place. And like I said during my opening, it was a lot different. We lived in a different country, basically, politically speaking. Like, you didn't have all of these people who were just so fervently active on the right, and in such a fascistic way, and quite frankly, a deluded way. Your average conservative back then was like a colorblind, as long as you're keeping it out of my face kind of guy, like if you're gay, whatever. Like, that was your average conservative. And you could get along with most of them in like casual conversation. And if that stuff ever came up, well, you just kind of brush it off. So I do see your point. I don't know how much Pokemon Go would have impacted that. I think Pokemon Go in that instance would have been more of a symptom rather than like a cause. Because what I think the main driver of Trump's success was memes. It was memes. He memed his way into office. It was primarily driven by 4chan, though, if I had to make an assertion here, not by Pokemon Go. So do I see where you're coming from? Yes. I think that it could have had an impact, but I think it was more a symptom of the fact that nobody was really paying attention politically. Obama had just been in office. Everybody was pretty sure Hillary was going to win. And so we were just kind of, we sleep, right? We sleep. That really was what was going on back then. So I'll stand by my original take, but I do like the nuance that you've added to it.
Yeah, and I will say this right now. You can't say that just because Pokemon Go was exciting and Trump won, like, it's like correlation equals causation. It's like, did you know that more people die of heat strokes when the asphalt is soft, and then blaming it on soft asphalt? No, it's because the hot air makes this hot sun makes the asphalt soft. So honestly, I think when you start looking at, as a political organizer, somebody who is very active during that portion of the campaign, one thing that is very clear is during that election cycle, Americans really wanted to get their voices heard in an election cycle that was so divisive. And over decades of time, people were told that the third party vote is throwing your vote away. It's throwing your vote away. Why would you vote for the third party? You're throwing your vote away. So people in America were like, you know what? I'm not going to throw my vote away. I'm going to vote for one of the other parties as a protest vote. And I believe that is the actual cause of the election of Donald Trump, was that people were just like, I'm fed up with the system. I'm going to throw my vote in the opposite direction to make sure that my vote is counted and not thrown away. And we could actually see what this change could actually do. So I think that the popularity of an app is just causation versus correlation. And I will just say this: I don't believe it was 4chan either, right? Because at the end of the day, 4chan is such a small little segment of like the internet, just like people playing an online game is a small segment of the population. You're talking about tens of millions of people that are voting. So there was something deeper in society that gets a president elected, and it isn't an app or a website.
Greycraft, please respond.
Yeah, no, I actually, I am 100% with that. That's like what I was thinking the whole time was like, maybe not Pokemon Go or really anything specifically. I think it was, I think Alex said something about a symptom of the problem. And like, I think really what it was that like, at that time, yeah, like we kind of just were fucking done. We were fed up with the system as it was, business as usual, go to brunch, liberals, and just, you know, we didn't want another Bush Jr., you know, but we also didn't want another Obama. I think it was just apathy. A lot of it. It was just kind of like, you know, I'm just gonna play this fucking game. I'm gonna, you know, oh, we got a rare Pokemon. I was never a Pokemon fan. Okay, whatever. Boo me if you want. But like, I like, you know, I just think a lot of that was just people just didn't give a shit anymore, and that happened to be the outlet of the time for a lot of people who were lackadaisical with their politics. And then we saw the result after that when people were not Pokemon going to the fucking polls like they were asked to, you know? Yeah.
Globus the Elder, please respond.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree. Like, there's no simple solutions to complex problems, and there's no single thing that you can point to and say that is why Donald Trump got elected. That it is a culmination of a variety of small factors that all accumulated in that. Another factor is, like Josie pointed out, how the third party voting, but in certain states, and in those certain states, because of the Electoral College and yada yada yada, that a very small, it doesn't have to be millions, thousands of voters made the difference in that case. And you add to that, you know, the whole Russia thing on Facebook through Cambridge Analytica. Just these a series of small factors and targeted effects. Combine those all into one big thing, you end up with Donald Trump. There's no one thing. And people really, Bernie and whatever, people need to not do that anymore because it's causing a problem. Let's move forward and realize that whatever you're saying of why the election was lost is true, but also everyone else is also correct.
Very nice. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not, and for my audience, I'd like to let you know we are not in the business of dragging shit out. I don't need to hear no more. I've gotten my answer. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, don't be nervous, but there are 3 judges watching your performance right now, and will give you a grade score for a win or loss in not only each topic, but overall. All of the guidelines will be given to you, and you will be explained how you were graded after the show when you receive your exit form. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to question number 2. Thank you for your time and your energy. I think we could sit here for hours and talk about all of this stuff. That's why I wanted to really do this show, because, like, you see what happens when you get regular questions that aren't fucking insane.
Yeah.
You guys ready for question number 2? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed panelists, we're getting to the meat of the bones. This question was changed about an hour ago because Josie called me, and now I'm trying to stick her. In light of the Supreme Court's decision regarding affirmative action, was it judicious? Was it so? I ain't smoked yet today, and it's 8 o'clock, bro. I'm trying to get a backwood in this bitch. In light of the Supreme Court's decision regarding affirmative action, was it judicious and justified to strike down the policy? What are the broader implications for equality, diversity, and the pursuit of social justice in a modern society where these things are being repealed and or attacked? Ladies and gentlemen, the first person to answer the question will be none other than the dominant hominid, Globus the Elder. The floor is yours. You will have 3 minutes for your intro statement, and your time begins now.
No, I think that I am fully in support of affirmative action for the reasons that have been elucidated by, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and that it requires restitution in order to get to any kind of equality, and affirmative action, in my opinion, was a very poor way to do that. Like, it wasn't what it should have been, but it was something, right? And this is how the right wing, the conservative wing, the Republicans work in this country. They dedicate time, effort, and focus to undoing an issue. They make a series of tiny, small gains, and then eventually get something overturned, like Roe v. Wade. That was 50 years. Same thing that happened here. They found a way to wedge it in there and create just enough decisiveness, and had already stacked the courts with their people in order to push it through. So yeah, it was absolutely 100% judicial activism. Every time they tell you, whatever they accuse their enemies of is what they're planning, and that's what happened.
Excellent. With exactly 45 seconds remaining on the clock, I wanted to do this. I'm sorry to interrupt the time, because I know I said I was going to get you guys out of here quicker, but you're having such a good discussion. I'm not going to throw it away for time's sake unless somebody got to go. It's funny you say that. You know what? Let me not even do that right now. Ladies and gentlemen, in direct opposition on the other side of your screen, you will see somebody in the lower second corner, and his name is Alec. Their name, is Alec Gunta. We'd like to hear from you next. Same question, 3 minutes on the clock. Please begin.
Sorry, real quick. Did you correct from he today?
I did.
I just he him. I mean, you can call me they them if you want. I don't care. But I'm just
in my head, it's always just better to just start there. Because in the worst case scenario, that opens up the floor for other people to say, okay, at least he cares about pronouns. New people have met me. They don't know anything about me. I could be a fucking weird debate pervert. You know what I mean?
No worries. I just wanted to clarify. That not a problem at all. So what? Can you just repeat the question again real quick? I apologize.
Absolutely. No, you good. In light of the Supreme Court's decision regarding affirmative action, was it judicious and justified to strike down the policy? What are the broader implications for equality, diversity, and the pursuit of social justice in a modern society where these things are being repealed and or attacked?
It was not in pursuit of equality and diversity, obviously. I think anybody with 2 eyes and 2 ears can tell that the SCOTUS right now is just trying to tear down any semblance of progressive action against racism, which is tragic considering that one of the justices who voted to strike this down is quite literally being, was helped out by this policy. Now, this policy is entirely imperfect in its, I guess, former form, but it was a step in the correct direction. I think that these days it would be very difficult in many instances to determine whether somebody's race necessarily indicates that they need additional help, especially because it's been a long time since we should have given reparations to the Black community after freeing them as slaves. And since that time, there's a lot of mixed race people. There's a lot of immigrants from African nations, and so it can be difficult to determine, is the root of your problems stretching back from that point. I think that the best solution would honestly be to consider race when making these decisions so that you have a more diverse population. But ultimately, what we should be working toward is a system whereby we're helping people who are the most economically disenfranchised. To many people, that might sound like class
30
reductionism.
seconds.
But in my opinion, if you're going to acknowledge that the Black community is disproportionately affected by economic and insecurity, then it would stand to reason that if you help people on a class basis, on an income-driven basis, that would disproportionately assist Black people and thereby fulfill the ultimate goal anyway. That's my take. Like I said, this is obviously not a step in the right direction. If I could dismantle the whole system and rebuild it myself, I would, and do it on a class-based system. But
5 seconds.
I think I answered the question. I think I answered the question.
Nice. I want you, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but you brought it up. I want you to just keep that thought in the back of your head. That's all I'm going to say.
For sure.
Speaking of thoughts in the back of my head, I've been hearing my head rattling back and forth, dying to hear from the one and only Graycraft. 3 minutes on the clock. Your time starts now.
Man, first of all, let's just get one thing straight real quick. We have a rogue Supreme Court. It is what it is. It's Dunyan's. There's the third branch has been compromised. We have a ultra conservative, ultra right wing Supreme Court. The three, and two of those three are milquetoast to say the least, aren't really going to be too effective against what is quite obviously a fascistic subversion of a third of the United States government. Now, as far as affirmative action specifically goes, like, I don't know, like ultimately it was a Band-Aid on a much deeper wound, systemically speaking. I mean, what did Malcolm X say? Like, if you stab me in the back and you pull it out 3 inches, is that really progress? I mean, Martin Luther King talked about reparations. Not color of skin, but content of character. Yeah, okay, but what about the content of his character? A good portion of his character was reparations. So why haven't we done that? Okay, whatever. I think that ultimately, it's still something I supported. Ultimately, like, compared to what we could do that department, is affirmative action is a lowercase w. We need a capital W, but it's a W nonetheless. The fact that we lost it is an L. It's not good. It's not good. Period. I wish we could go back in time and reverse
10
that,
seconds.
but we can't. But we definitely need more than affirmative action. I think we can go further. Fuck the Supreme Court. Period.com. End of the story.
Nice, with exactly 1 second to spare, which means that we're going to give that 1 second to the first lady, Josie Rose C. We'd love to hear from you next. 3 minutes on the clock. Your opening statement starts now.
Sure. Well, as we know, in the United States, we used to think of education as the great equalizer, right? Where anybody could go into education from any walk of life, and then they would be able to get the tools and to be able to make something of themselves. And with affirmative action, because of the historic racism that was systemic in our country, where Black and brown folks weren't even allowed to go to universities across this country, there was a situation where you needed to balance the book, right? You needed to make sure that you institutionalized diversity in a world that still is racist. Our society is still racist. It's not just systemic and something of the past. It's something that is still rotten within our society. It's not just institutions. Institutions are allowed to succeed in society. So we use these tool sets to ensure that we make equality part of the law of the land, to ensure that we create that great equalizer. And what is so, and I will repeat that the fact that the Supreme Court is completely taken over. It's an extreme radicalist agenda of 6-3 majority, and it's extremely scary. But this isn't an issue about justice anymore, right? Because if the Supreme Court wanted to address the people and an issue of fairness and wanted to talk about, let's talk about admissions as a institution in most of the high level ivory tower institutions, all of your Ivy Leagues, what you will see is that 70% of most of these admissions are legacy admissions.
30 minutes.
Meaning
30 seconds.
that not only is there no longer affirmative action for race, what was said about class, the fact is there is affirmative action for the 1% to ensure that they have a ladder to step forward and be a part of it. So I believe that schools are going to have to get very creative to be able to fix this. Like my alum, which is San Diego State University, that did regional
10
admissions
seconds.
in areas that were very difficult to have acceptance rates. So bad decision, one of the worst, and we're going to see more of it from the Supreme Court.
I'd like to appreciate y'all for taking this seriously. You all have not gone over your time limits. I appreciate that very much. That is how we get in and out quickly. As you see, yet again, I'm not asking you fucking weird ass debate pervert questions. I'm going to keep reminding y'all about that. This is the one-stop shop for all your debate needs that actually fucking matter. So you've all given your opening statements, and I'd like to throw a wrench into them. Obviously, this affects me, period. But right-wingers have been using this as a deterrent to say that this system is racist towards whites. With that being said, understanding that there's a delicate balance between equal protection under the law and the need for affirmative action to address systemic inequalities, I will give each of you a minute and a half. Replace affirmative action with a thought. I do not need this to be solid. I do not need this to be legislatively perfect. Just since affirmative action seems to be being struck down, is it possible for you to come up with an idea to help replace that system? While I give you these minute and 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna give our panelists, and not only our panelists but our audience, a quick 1 minute break. When we come back from the ads, each of these people will have a chance to answer with 1 minute and 30 seconds in what we call our second round speed test. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being your host, and we'll see you again in exactly 1 minute.
Quick clarifying question, if I may.
Yeah, talk to me. They can't hear us.
No, I know. That's why I'm asking. So when you say replace affirmative action, do you mean ideally because I'm thinking if I want to restructure the entire education system, can I answer like that?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay, just making sure.
Since you asked, do you guys want 2 minutes? Because I feel like a minute and a half is not really a lot to give it. But I
think it's enough. It's just a policy. It's just like the title of a policy change.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. I'll give you guys 2 minutes, and you can go under that.
Okay.
Well, I'll aim for 1 minute. I'll keep it as short as possible because I've got a pretty concise idea of what I want.
Good. All right, I'm gonna go pee real quick, and I will be right back.
Okay.
I'm going to do the same real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So what do you think so far? You're enjoying this? You enjoy it? It hasn't been a debate as we've all basically been in agreement, and then it's in the details. And to be honest,
I'll wait for Greycraft to come back, but we are supposed to go live in about 10 seconds.
To be honest, that's like I've told you before, that That's where I come from. It's like we hit certain baselines and then we go from there. That's the kind of conversation. So. Mm-hmm.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're back with the Discourse Chamber. Hopefully you're enjoying your evenings today. Hopefully you're having fun. I hope you are, because we're about to get into that speed box and then the final round. Thank you yet again to all the participants at the show who have given their time and energy to make this one of the best productions you've ever seen on Twitch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going back to the guest cut today. Let's reintroduce our guests. If you missed them already, I'll do it for y'all. Don't worry about it. We got Josie Rossi in the top corner. We got Graycraft swinging in that number 2 spot. We got Alec Gunther sitting down on the blue side. And we got the dominant hominid, the one, the only, the AI brain, Globus the Elder. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the speed round in which all the guests have already discussed what they need to do and what they need to say. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute and 2 minutes on the clock. The first one to go will be Graycraft. Let's hear from you. How are you going to replace affirmative action?
Man, that's honestly a very good question. It's a little bit, that's going to require a lot of nuance. I do think an economic approach is probably the most direct and most fruitful when it comes down to affirmative action directly. But honestly, I think, if you don't mind, I think what's really important that's on par with that, first of all, reparations, motherfucker. Second of all, I think we kind of might need to just reset SCOTUS. I don't know how the fuck we're going to be able to do that, but we need a reset button and we need to do it quick. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If we're going to get any of these things done, and done quick and done efficiently for the sake of civil and human rights maximized in this country, which obviously it's not going down that road. We're going to need to do that. And one more thing, the Federalist Society has this grimy little clause in that motherfucker. And like the vice president, I think, of the Federalist Society is in like a Christian seeker society. So this is like definitely a push for theocracy at the end of the day. So investigate that if you haven't yet. But yeah, I think an economic approach is probably best with affirmative action specifically.
Ooh, look at you swinging 3 seconds over the clock limit. Josie Rose, you're going last. Haha, gotcha. Alec Gunta, it's your time. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock starts now.
Okay, well, affirmative action was trying to address racial inequality, but in order to truly and fully address racial inequality, you have to tackle the economic issues that keep Black and people of color economically disenfranchised. So the first thing I would do is ensure that their basic needs are being met on an income-based level. Second thing that I would do is, well, I mean, it all goes hand in hand with like free housing, etc. But if you want to get specifically about education, college education is entirely public now. It's not private anymore. People don't own colleges. We have represented individuals through the Department of Education that oversee the admissions processes, make sure that everything is being done fairly and in a non-racist way. That way you can also get rid of the grandfathering that goes on, which is complete bullshit, the legacy admissions, whatever, and just overhaul the entire system. It's a radical solution, not one that's likely to happen in our lifetime. And make it free, obviously. Because that would solve a myriad of other issues. Because the primary thing that's keeping Black and people of color from being able to enter these institutions is economic inequality. So make them free, democratically elected individuals for each, perhaps for each college, but at least for each like area, just to oversee these colleges in the admission process. I think that would be a very good solution, if not radical.
You know what's radical? AI is radical. You know who talks about AI? The man with the beard. Globus the Elder, you got 1 minute and 30 seconds. Pop it on for us.
Yeah, so first off, a lot of what I would, advocate for in this scenario has a lot to do with what I talk on my channel, and it starts with, it's similar to what Alec was talking about. We're talking about satisfying the bottom needs on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food, housing, all that kind of stuff, investment in the neighborhoods, and no more private schools, no more charter schools, all public, top to bottom. The advantages of having an educated talent pool to draw from, they can't be overstated. And as we go forward, we're going to need more and more creative people. I feel that the way that AI is going to seriously disrupt the nature of the economy, we are going to have an opportunity to implement something new, and we need to take advantage of that. And that's it. Free from top to bottom, investment in the community, all those kind of things. It's really basic, but come by the show and you can see more.
Oh, with the plug at the end. Well, I'd love to make a joke here, but unfortunately it's a little too much for right now, so I'm just going to have to text that joke to somebody. Speaking of texting jokes to somebody I have not stopped blowing up their phone with to make sure she's okay because she be doing too much. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we got Josie Rose. You got 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Oh, 2 minutes, sorry. Bring it to us. Time starts now.
Always shortchanging the girl. I get it. All right, I can do just as much in 1.5 minutes than the boys would too. It's fine. Anyways, I just wanted to say that the first and foremost is a radical way of changing the way that we fund education, which is making education free. That's the number one top line. Has to be done. And then there are a few things that would input this that actually would help things. First, getting rid of legacy admissions, because most of the legacy admissions are people who are predominantly white. Second is getting rid of standardized testing as a requirement to getting into a lot of these elite universities. A lot of these standardized testings for you to get a specific score is usually a class or a tutor that a person has access to do when they're in high school to be able to score higher. Therefore, there's an economic disadvantage of people that have the ability. That's why SAT scores, higher scores usually go to the higher income because they have the tutoring. Next is the fact that we need to have actual income charts and start matching. If they don't want to do affirmative action, fine, we'll start doing percent quintiles of people who live in different economic systems. So for example, if you want to actually do this, you would have to say more people are low income. You're going to have to get people from low income. You're going to have to get people from a higher income, and then so forth and so forth, all the way up to the top. So 1% should be only 1% of the admissions of the top 1%, for example. And lastly, I said it before, which is regional admission systems. Regional admission systems mean a lot because of the hierarchy of needs. I said before, most people can't afford to move across the country to go to an institution where there is no family or housing support networks. It is much easier for a student to be around their local school so they can continue to live at home while they can have the ability to study. And so those few things would help our systems quite a bit. If we were to make those changes, then I could maybe see an argument to removing affirmative action.
Awesome. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you 4 people who had no idea what they were going to be asked today. But as standing political, social, economic engineers with their own thoughts and opinions and ideas, you know for a fact them weirdo freaks will say and ask you, oh, so if affirmative action is bad, what will we replace it with? You just got 4 fucking answers. If these 4 people can figure it out, the government can. That's what I'm here to prove. I told y'all I'm getting y'all the good clips. Told y'all we getting the good clips. I don't want to stand on ceremonious ground. Hold on, give me 1 second. Sorry, a judge is messaging me.
A judge. Being judged. We're being judged, everybody. I knew it. It wasn't just the internet watchers and our Twitch audiences.
I told y'all, Paradigm always watching. We got eyes everywhere. All right, that's great. I think we all understand the court's decision on employment practices, workplace diversity. We definitely talked about unintended consequences. We talked about alternative approaches. Let's not stand on ceremony anymore. Question 3. Are you ready? Same rule. 3-minute opening statement. This one gonna really test your leftist brain. And this is what we are looking for to see who. Now, I'm not gonna say this is the decision on who's gonna win, but this one will really rattle you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, question number 3. Oh, they're not ready for this. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed panelists, welcome to yet again another intellectually stimulating conversation / debate on a topic that lies at the intersection of politics, public trust, and the role of elected officials in a democratic society. Today, we gather here to explore a highly pertinent question. Should Republicans who believe in conspiracy theories hold public office? What are the implications for governance, public perception, and the integrity of our democratic institutions? In an era characterized, this is just the that was the question. This is just a buffer. In an era characterized by the proliferation of conspiracy theories and their influence on political discourse, especially in the online sectors, we seek to critically examine whether individuals who subscribe to such theories should assume positions of power and responsibility within our governmental structures. I will pass this question off to Josie first. And the reason why, normally I wouldn't do this, but it's the first fucking show, so I'm just going to explain it. The reason why is because Josie sits around a lot of people who have actual influence on this question. And this is the bridge question that I think me and her talked about a while back. I told you that was going to be one of them. That's why I said I wasn't going to say nothing. But also, it is a kind of responsibility of hers to answer this question as we approach the 2024 election with the massive wave of anti-LGBTQ laws that have been passed, including the Supreme Court decision that was just handed down today, I believe. If it was not yesterday, I think it was today. So, Josie, 3 minutes on the clock. Your time begins.
And the direct question is, I'm so sorry, is that...
No, I did that, yeah. Should Republicans who believe in conspiracy theories hold public office? What are the implications for governance, public perception, and the integrity of our democratic institutions?
Okay, so start my clock now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I reclaim my time. Anyways, I want to say right now that constitutionally I could not say yes to that question, that they shouldn't be allowed to hold public office, because there is, what is that going to look like? Test? Is that going to look like, is somebody like we go through and look at somebody's ability to be able to say these things? And also I look at, if you look at the John Stuart Mill philosophy of liberty, you would say that if you don't allow and make a certain thought illegal, it will still exist, but underneath the surface, which is also very, very scary to think about. The fact that it's like, oh yeah, I don't believe these things, but honestly they do in the back rooms, and we would have no way of it being able to expose it. You could also look on the bad side of the coin of like the Red Scare, right, where they literally tried to police thought, where they were like, oh, this person's a communist, and then weaponized it to be able to exert power of a certain political power to criminalize the other side. So actually, I'm going to take an approach that probably people didn't think I was going to say, which is I don't think it's possible to criminalize and make somebody unacceptable to be elected if they believe in conspiracy theories, because then that way we'd have to be legislating truth and what can and cannot be said, even though there is a lot of things where it's like public safety, like vaccines and things of that nature, where you're starting to be you can start criminalizing certain things like
30
that
seconds.
when they actually have implications. But at the end of the day, what we have to do is have a more educated electorate that is able to sniff out when people start having these toxic point of views and opinions to not get them elected, to make it politically impossible to be elected, but with the court of public opinion. That is a much harder
seconds.
case to make, but it's also a less fascistic and authoritarian way of making things. I do not want to police the ability for people to think a certain way for them to be able to hold public office. It goes against the Constitution and everything we stand for in the United States.
Excellent answer. Speaking of excellent answers, we like to talk about excellent things a lot around here, including excellent beards, which kind of leaves me not telling you who the next guest is because got 3 good beards here. I'm going with the emo shaved head guy, Graycraft. You got 3 minutes on the clock. Hit him up. What's your answer?
First of all, I'm not emo anymore. Okay. That's number
Anymore.
one. Number 2, check out my high school pics. Anyways, this is very difficult for me to answer, to be honest. So I agree with what Josie said, but at the same time, like, I kind of have to disagree a little bit. I think this, oh God, there's so much nuance to this because there's so much to consider. What is a conspiracy theory? I think we need to start with defining this. Because if you ask a leftist, it's pretty much like, yeah, the CIA declassified what happened in that country like in 1974. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like that's our conspiracy theory, you know? But if you ask Marjorie Taylor Greene, you're going to get 180-degree fucking difference and you're going to get Jewish space lasers and stuff. Like, cultural Bolshevism, okay? We heard cultural Marxism. That's just a recycling of cultural Bolshevism. I don't need to explain it, but for the sake of people who don't know, Jewish people are influencing and infiltrating academia to promote degeneracy so as to yada, yada, yada. You can go ahead and research it even more further than that. I'm not going to take up all the time, but you pretty much know the gist of it. Jews rule the world. That's what that is. Now, should someone who believes in cultural Bolshevism be allowed in public office and influencing the future course of society, including Josie's, including Alec Gunn, including all of us on this panel? Should someone who believes that Jews rule the world be able to hold public office? No, I'm sorry. But at the same time, you got, the Constitution and all that, which needs a lot of fucking work. Yeah, I think that we need to uphold democracy and maximize it as much as possible. But for fuck's sake, dude, I don't want a Nazi in office. What is a conspiracy theory? That's the big question here. And that needs to be answered before we end up implementing anything like this.
Okay, Alec, he asked you a question. Answer it. I'm kidding. No, answer the actual question. Try to make this flow because I'm not on screen, so it's a little weird for me. You'll have to excuse me. Alec, 3 minutes on the clock. You know how it's popping. What you got for us?
Well, brother, some people call it a conspiracy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. But
oh, please!
Okay,
I'll stop your clock. I'll stop your clock, please. I needed it. Damn.
I didn't even have any plan, but I'll try. As far as conspiracy theories are concerned, I don't know about y'all, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking truth to power. I'm goddamn tired of people thinking that satellites up there. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing about no wishing stars. That is Jewish space lasers through and through, and they're coming after you, and they're trying to trans your kids with them lasers. You see, you think it's death, but it's worse. They're transing you, all right? You like being a man? Well, too bad. There it goes. Oh, sorry, you just got transified. That's the agenda.
There's this fluctuation between Chicago and Southern that happens in the estimate.
You beat me to it so fucking fast.
Between college
the trans rate.
Between Chicago and Southern.
Yeah.
I got to work on it apparently.
No, I loved it.
Your clock actually starts now.
Okay. As far as conspiracy theories are concerned, it's really hard to define what it is, kind of like what Graycraft said. So on its face, I disagree with the premise of the question. You can't really outlaw, on its face, somebody who believes in a conspiracy theory, because what does that lead to? You know, you could say that leftists believe in conspiracy theories because we believe that billionaires, rightfully so, are in a completely their own separate class of people, and that they're gutting money from the working class, and they're storing money offshores, and they're doing all of this, et cetera, et cetera. And they could call that a conspiracy theory and say, well, you're actually a communist conspiracy theorist, so you can't run. So on its face, I disagree with the premise of it. I think you would have to break down more specifically which conspiracy theories you are allowed to shill and which ones you're not. So, for instance, the Epstein didn't kill himself. That's a conspiracy theory, one that most people believe, most reasonable people. And I think that it's fine if you believe that, because there is a very reasonable chance that that is the case. So how do you legislate that? I think that the conspiracy theory in question has to affect a minority group just for their existence. I think that would be the best way to legislate that and say, you are not allowed to shill or promote any kind of message or policy that would disenfranchise somebody on the basis of immutable characteristics. And I think that would cover it. You might get into a little bit of a dicey area with Jewish space lasers, because that could be argued that like it's a religion, et cetera, et cetera. But there's also cultural Jewish people. So, that also is still a problem. So it's still considered an immutable characteristic to be Jewish, because the Nazis largely based that off of physical characteristics. So that would still, hold water.
5 seconds.
But that about sums up my answer anyway. I disagree with outlawing it outright.
Globus the Elder, the wise man. 3 minutes on the clock. Your time starts now.
So there's a couple of things. One, no, like you cannot you cannot arrest people, legislate, anything else like that related to thought crime. I'm very anti-hierarchy in that regard. I also believe in letting people vote for the candidates that they want to. That's a fundamental thing of freedom. It's why I'm against term limits. I'm just absolutely in that corner. The other thing is, like, I see apparently a lot more leftist conspiracy theories than y'all do, like that somehow NATO is responsible for what happened recently in Russia, and how the Democrats going to Russian interference in the election is a conspiracy on a conspiracy theory, right? Like that kind of thing. So I see a lot more of that. I think that everyone is capable of falling into that trap. And I think that fundamentally, to bring it back to what we talked about in the previous question, it does start with education. When you set educational standards, when you eliminate things like homeschooling, where people can teach whatever they want, when we have a standard that we all agree to in order to move through the echelons of society, this problem solves itself.
30 seconds.
Brings us back to the entirety of the thing. There are no quick fixes to this. We didn't get here like yesterday. We got here over a period of time where these kind of things built up. We need to fix it by spending a long period of time unraveling these threads, educating the populace, having consensus, those kind of things, and communication. The COVID shit was all related to poor communication from the CDC.
Nice, very nice. So, it seems like this room is pretty much not in favor of stopping a group of people from holding office if they believe in certain, I think I can say certain, conspiracy theories, because it leads down a rabbit hole that we all, as one form or another in minority circles or understanding minority circles, how that just backfires. Here's my question to you then. And we're just going through the conversation because this is the final question. So if we can't legislate it, which we shouldn't, I also agree with everything y'all said. I understand the double side of this. I understand that, like, as much as I hate the fact that, like, we're on this Hunter Biden, we need to impeach the Biden crime family thing, even though it's like, dude, it's just pictures of his dick. You can't, in theory, just say outright, yo, that's too wild right now. You're wildin', like, pull it back a little. However, right now, you all, I believe, none of you are in Canada, right? Because I fucking hate Canada. I gotta give the worst clip somehow. You are all governed by a body that includes these people. Can you make a case to disclude, or to, I should say, unseat these radical right reformists from office due to, in large part, what they have already done to not only the electorate process, but the many levels of government that we currently live under today? Can you possibly make a case that they themselves shouldn't hold office?
Like,
I love the
shouldn't?
stumped face. Yeah. So let's rephrase that. Sorry.
Thanks.
Let's read, because this is a judge question. That's why I hate reading off straight from people's fucking. Type correctly, please. It makes me sound dumb. Anyway, that's not his fault. He's typing mad fast. Oh, I said a gender. Up. Well, at least one of the judges is a guy.
Of course.
Stop.
This is fucking patriarchy.
It's just bias.
Of course.
It's everywhere.
So like Marjorie Taylor Greene they've tried to expel her from certain committees. They've tried to. Can you make a case to expel these people, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like the corruptness of Lauren Burbett? Can you make a case to expel these people from Congress or from holding public office with what they've said thus far?
I think they do it themselves. Like that's recently what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Is at least, even if it's non-binding, that Freedom Caucus or whatever nonsense she's up to said basically that they didn't like her anymore and she needed to go sit at the table with the other kids. And as far as like when you're dealing with Senate has its own issues, but there are ready solutions available that we could implement to resolve a bunch of issues that we have with representatives, and that's a national, from the federal law indicating either an independent body or AI generated districts that represent, the people in as close as we can get to a fair fashion, and then that problem also will resolve itself. Those people will just cease to be in office.
The floor is open if anybody would like to respond.
I want to respond. Oh, go. No, please. Go ahead.
I wasn't going to respond to him. You can go ahead.
Well, I wasn't going to respond to Globus. I was going to go with my own tangent. So go ahead.
You can go.
Okay.
This is so cute. Look at this leftist debate. You could go. No, I love that. Anyway, continue.
That's so funny. But so this is what I look at, because your question was directly about what they say. And, there's a lot of systems in place that would prevent people from even getting in office, like taking money out of politics, right? If you take money out of politics, a lot of these ideas aren't popular enough to actually gain enough money to actually win an election outright. And a lot of these people are propped up. So that's the best way to prevent a lot of these folks from coming in right off the bat. But if we were talking about currently elected members, we've seen a continual weakening of the ethics commission of the actual congressional bodies themselves. If we actually had an ethics commission that was really steeped in with political power to actually censure, to remove people from office, and actually set a guideline and a set of conduct, a code of conduct that representatives were meant to follow, then I believe that you could actually create a case to actually remove some of these members from Congress. So for example, if you were to incite stochastic terrorism, right? If a representative said, hey, go to this place and shoot up XYZ, right? That is a form of stochastic terrorism. And I believe that person should be removed from office because their words are a megaphone to actually cause real significant problems, right? And so I think that you would need to have the the country back this up, right? An ethics commission that will remove people. For example, Marjorie Taylor Greene has said things that are completely harmful, irreversible, and actually cause problems to this country. I believe that there should be a setting in part of the ethics commission as well, where the violation of House procedure for their own personal gain is also a red flag. So let's say Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert put impeachment paperwork, tie up the House system, right? Clogging up the legislative work of the actual body if it came out that, hey, this was just political theater, this is something that wasn't actually helping, you were actually caught seeing fraud, waste, and abuse within the legislative branch. I believe that's another reason you can say, hey, this is room for expulsion after a warning. Okay, you've spent $100,000 on this procedural that was bullshit from the beginning, and you knew it was bullshit. We have evidence to prove that, and we're going to ethically bar you from committees or just outright censor you or get you out of the system altogether. So I believe that there are mechanisms in place that do exist but need to be strengthened to actually give teeth and repercussions to a lot of these representatives, so they actually have a incentive to act appropriately. Right. And whatever that incentive system is, and I think it should be the ethics, committee, and how we do provide that should be out of the speaker's hands and shouldn't be in congressional hands. It should be outside, maybe the justice system, as a checks and balance. Those are the types of things that I think we could actually implement, because again, we go back to, what do we consider unethical? What do we consider a conspiracy theory? What do we consider hate speech? What do we consider? Those things are so important, and they got to be codified within an agency that will then implement that fairly across the law. And I think then we can actually start seeing some real consequences for the hateful actions of representatives that are abusing their power for their own personal gain and the harm of the country as a whole.
Alec and Gray, I would like you to further the conversation with any thoughts that you might have, and then I will begin the closing segment.
Honestly, Alec can go first. I want to hear what he has to say.
That's fine. I'll keep it short. Basically, I think that each politician needs to be looked at individually. I'm so sorry, I'm blanking on your name. What was it? Just talking.
Josie.
I'm sorry, Josie.
Mm-hmm. No, it's okay.
As Josie was saying, like, there needs to be an ethics commission looking at each politician individually. I think that's something that our system can do and has the capacity to do. And there's just too many. Sorry if you can hear my AC. There are just too many factors that go into whether or not somebody is acting in an ethical manner. So that's something that needs to be looked at by people who are trained to look at, like, what are these people saying? What are the consequences of what they have said? What are some possible future consequences, especially if they get elected? Are they threatening democracy? Are they threatening minority groups? Are they threatening to take away rights from people? These are things that can be looked at by ethics committees, and decided upon individually. So a blanket statement like, if you believe in a conspiracy theory, you can't run for office, just doesn't work. And I think that each one needs to be looked at, on case-by-case basis. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Gray Craft, your turn.
Man, I'll say this. There was an idea I had a while back. I thought to myself, like, if I was running for president, what would be my platform? And I actually was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and write this down. One of those things was the fact that, like, if Congress as a whole were to drop below a certain percentage of approval, that we temporarily kind of like disband, and that we have each and every single congressperson in the House of Representatives and in the Senate to not have a fucking budget, and you just got to make a fucking YouTube video as to why you deserve to keep your fucking position. Like as simple as that is, like, I feel like Congress hasn't had an approval rating higher than like 35% in fucking decades. And it's like, at this point, it's like, why are you even in here? Like, it doesn't even matter like who we vote in. Congress as a whole cannot get higher than that. And so it just kind of seems like, oh, well, this must be a not only systemic issue because of, filibusters and whatnot, but like it just seems like we're just always electing dickwads. And I think people just see through that. Now you add into the mix conspiracy theorist nut jobs, and that really depends on your definition of it. I mean, like, to be quite frank, like I believe in a conspiracy theory. I believe in a new world order. It's just not what they fucking call it. It's capitalism, fascism, and theocracy. That's my fucking conspiracy theory, and they're trying to usher that forth on a global scale. Is that really so crazy to some people on this panel? Maybe not, maybe so. But I know especially right-wingers will hear me say that and be like, you're out of your goddamn mind, son. You sucking on that soy, boy. And it's like, but it's so obvious to us. It's so obvious to us that they're pushing forward Christian supremacy, white supremacy, and oligarchy as much as possible. And I don't know. I think that there needs to be some degree of a litmus test, some kind of like what's been alluded to here, some kind of standard, some kind of test. Where it's like, hey, it's okay if you think that there's some like weird shit going on behind the scenes that the government isn't telling us about. Whatever, that's fine. It's okay to be skeptical. But if you say Jews, then we might have a fucking issue. If you say trans people, we might have a fucking issue. If you say black people or those immigrants,
I'm going to have an issue.
Might have an issue. So that's pretty much it.
Excellent. Now, I'd love to continue this conversation because it seems like this topic stirred a lot of thoughts in you guys. And I hate to say it like this, that's not what the fuck I'm here for. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the host of the show. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How you been? I've missed you. I've been looking at you. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges are currently now giving out the score reports. So I will be conferring with them, and we'll be taking a 1-minute break while I gather all the scores and announce the winners. Okay. Before
Chat, I think it's going to be Josie.
Oh, damn, he really gave it to me. He gave it for everybody. Damn. Okay. Before I continue,
and I don't disagree.
I need to ask y'all a question. This is part of the egg, but I'm just gonna do it with y'all in the room now because I think that's more humane. And how did you guys like your experience here? Now that it's over.
That was good. This is the kind of discussion panels that I want to be on. I say this all the time. It's like I have certain baselines that need to be met. Once we've gone off those baselines and we're all operating from the same first principles, then we can have a conversation. I don't want to debate somebody who doesn't want to use the word empathy or doesn't want to, believe that everyone should have food or housing or any of that crap. It's a waste of time.
Nice. Anybody else have any thoughts? You don't have to tell me now. I'm just asking you because I was really nervous about this entire time.
I'm gonna be honest. I was nervous as fuck too. I was like, "Yo, is Paradigm about to fucking throw me a fucking like a curveball, bro?" I don't know what the fuck's about to happen. I'm excited and nervous. No, man, this was fucking fan-fucking-tastic. I thought this was really productive. Kind of like what Globus said, like. You got all these goofies on here. It's like, we got a debate panel. And it's like, okay, well, who's going to drop the Teesler? And it's like,
me!
Well, man, maybe.
Dare.
Dude, don't
exactly.
No. It was productive. It was constructive. It was thought-provoking. And it's not like any of these other people that try to host shit like this. No, this was good. I'll say this and I'll shut the fuck up. But someone in my Discord was like, I don't know about the, I don't know if it's like gonna be okay or if it's gonna be, like, why should I? And I was like, yo, hold on. Paradigm always got some underlying fucking plan with literally everything it fucking does. Just have faith in the shift, okay?
Yeah.
And it seems fucking like it. So good shit, dude. This was good. Appreciate you bringing us all on.
No, I definitely had fun. For me, it was the questions. It was like, I'm gonna bring 4 people on, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna test your political metal. Like, if I put you in a situation where a Republican would ask you this question, could you respond off the top of your head? That's why I wanted to do Blackout Edition. You'll normally, for these things, you'll get like a week or 2 to research the questions, and we'll have like 5 minutes, and then I'll have opposing views. But I thought for the first one, let me hang it more on production and just let y'all have fun. So as long as y'all had fun, that's what I care about the most. I also do apologize for keeping you behind schedule. It's supposed to last an hour and a half or an hour, but y'all got into it at certain points, and I learned immediately, even if you're on a time schedule, sometimes you got to let shit rock, Sometimes you got to let shit rock. All right. Heading into the judges. I'm muting all of you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're back. We're back. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor hosting this episode of the Discourse Chamber. As you know, I'm the host with the most. I'm the guy who tries to bring the energy. And you helped me bring that energy. So let's give a round of applause to our audience, all of our audiences, for joining us on this new and exciting journey. I know how hard it is to trust the debate show because everybody says, oh my God, it's going to be so awesome. And then it just ends up being a slur fest for 3 hours, as me and the guests just talked about. We want to provide you a different experience, a new experience, something that makes you want to tune in because you're finally going to see what actual political conversation is about. And as much as I would love to just hang up the phone here, we got one more thing left. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the judges' score. All 4 participants are now on the screen. I will be unmuting them so we can hear their actual reactions. I'm going to be reading out some of the scores for our contestants. Globus, you received from judge number 1 a score of 103.
Out of?
Don't worry about the out of. We're gonna give you. I did mention this earlier, but I said it in passing. We're gonna give you the actual breakdown of what the judges said. That's why the judges are remaining anonymous, because when I send you the feedback, you're gonna be like, well, who's this person? And is that we don't need that right now. That's drama.
No, let me message somebody real quick.
let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. Greg, Josie, you received a score of 110.
All right. I out of what? I guess.
No, we're not. This is just Judge 1. I'm just giving you the main scores for Judge 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It adds up. You received a score, Alec, of 101 from Judge number 1. And for Greycraft, you received a score of 103.
Not getting any favors from Judge number 1.
So, Judge number 1 believes that Josie Rose has won. So that's 1 on Josie. Judge number 2. Sending it in now. Appreciate you. Loading. Judge number 2 has scored Globus the Elder at 100. Alec, you have been scored also at 100.
Okay.
Greycraft, you have been scored at 103. And Josie, you have been scored at 110. That means Josie takes judge number 2 spot. Now, normally a 2 out of 3 means a unanimous decision or a decided decision. Judge number 3 was very split. And I'm going to tell you why he was very split right now.
He's very split because everybody pretty much agreed on question number 1. So he had nothing to go on but the clarity of your arguments and how well you conversed on screen. Because of that, he did not give any scores to any 4 of you for anything other than those criteria, which means he has declared a winner in his eyes. And the winner, by unanimous decision, Josie Rose C. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up, give it up.
Well deserved. Good job.
Yay!
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you. It's the first stream thing I've ever won because usually these are popularity contests and I have not enough viewers. It feels
All 3
nice.
judges said you did very well. They are also learning how to grade participants. They've done it before. All of them are certified in this. But they also want to let you know, please do not take these scores or this loss or win as anything. It is all for fun. It is just a way for us to help keep track so we can do things like championships or whatever. You're more than welcome to come back on. I will obviously keep y'all on the list. You are the first people I will be hitting up for any of these next things if you want to join or if you know anybody that you'd like to refer to. As you know, no fucking goofies.
No goofies.
I do have to say though, they graded Globus in second place, and then they tied Alec and Greycraft for last.
Okay, well, you know what?
A part of that has to do yet again with the fact that everybody's new to time constraints. They said all 3 judges agreed if this were a 3-hour panel, it probably would have gotten so much more in depth that they would have had more to judge on. But then again, we are in the business of getting in and out. I won't be here for 3 hours. Oh, so what do you think about this? That shit boring. We got shit to do. We got blunts to smoke. We got places to be. But yet again, we must give congratulations to Josie Rose for taking the first place prize.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I will now allow them each 1 minute to shout themselves out. Tell us how you enjoyed the show. You don't have to do that because you already did that for me. See, I'm glad I got rid of that. Shout yourselves out. Give me your links. Give a place to find you. Starting with the winner, Josie Rose. Where can we find you?
You can find me on social media at Josie Rose C. That's with the letter C. So Josie Rose C. You can find me on Twitter and all social medias as well. And you can also find me on Twitch from time to time, or you can find me here on this great new show that Paradigm has put together. Really appreciate it and happy to come back when I can. So it's been absolutely wonderful. And I, don't get to do this a lot, so it was really nice to be able to come on your inaugural show and take the victory. As much as everybody here was super awesome, by the way. So I really enjoyed being here with all of you, and I really enjoyed the fact that we got to agree on a topic, but also got to see the nuances and different flavors of how we view ideas, which I think is very helpful, and I hope we see more of that. So thank you again.
Love it, love it, love it. Globus the Elder, where can we find you?
I am the. I am not the. I am Globus underscore
I know what you were about to say.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Globus underscore the underscore Elder on Twitch, and Globus the Elder, all one word, on Twitter, and I also got a Blue Ski account and like that. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Talk about AI, talk about automation, talk about robots, talk about the future from a leftist perspective. You can call me a leftist, I won't get hurt. This was great. Like, as we said when we were on break, I have certain baseline requirements to have a conversation about something. We all agree that people deserve housing and food and that, and we don't have to argue goofy stuff about not having empathy or whatever else like that. So more of this, less of that, and I think the future is bright.
Alec Gunta, where can we find you, my brother?
Gamer moment. Muted.
Muted.
Okay, before you start talking, I just want to let you know, I do this a lot on stream too. I have an alert that tells me when a source is muted but trying to talk, and it makes a sound in my ear. That's why I'm screaming at you, muted.
No, it's totally fine. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. The Paradigm Shift, for having me. Beautiful panel, beautiful people, obviously. You can find me at youtube.com/AlecGuntherTTV or twitch.tv/AlecGunther. You can also find my Twitter at PunishedAG for no particular reason. You can also find me on Instagram. I'm trying to post more there, especially progress pics, as we're trying to get into some awesome shape. You can find me at AlecGunther_. Unfortunately, it was taken. So AlecGunther_ is what it's going to be. Yeah, I mean, I had a good time. We had good people, and I don't have much else to say. So thanks so much for having me again.
I'll tell you this much. A lot of people who meet me say that. You really pretty much covered it, brother. We ain't got much to say. We appreciate you as well. Last but certainly not least, the cult leader, the father of political sin. I'm giving you that. You can have it now. I'm just giving it to you.
Hell yeah.
I came up with that one, but I fuck with it. You gonna evolve into that. The father
absolutely.
of political sin, Greycraft. Where
Hell
can we
yeah.
find you?
First of all, you can find me in one of those Chinese finger trap things that me and Alec Gunther are going to melt the bronze medal that we share down to touch tips with. Alec, hit me up later. Number one. Number two, you can also find me at twitch.tv/Greycraft, GREYECRAFT. You can also find me on not Twitter because Elon is a cuck. I don't have a Twitter. I'm suspended. It sucks, but whatever. It's also a good thing. Fuck Elon. But I do have a Discord. That is the most direct way to get a hold of me. You can also get initiated into the cult. We got a great community. We are growing. If you're curious about that, just, I don't know, come by a stream sometime. I'm usually streaming every Friday for about 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. I don't fucking know. It just really depends on how much I feel like streaming. Paradigm Shift, thank you again for having me on. And congratulations again, Josie, on the gold medal here. You were definitely a golden soul, as I can most definitely tell. Globus, we need to have another collab sometime.
Absolutely.
It's been too long. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's bring it back to the host of the show. Hey, it's been a pleasure It's been a pleasure having you guys here watching. While I will continue on with my stream, I understand that you're here for the main event, which is exactly what I want you to be here for. So if you're going to stick around, make sure to check out any one of these 4 beautiful participants in their social media, because we need these people to grow. There's no reason why these motherfuckers got Just Pearly Things got 1.4 million subs, and I'm sitting here at 1.1K. Where Globus is sitting under 1K. Greycraft sitting under 1K. Alec Gunther, he got his YouTube shit, but it need to be bigger. With that being said, I am one not to yet again stand on ceremonious ground. I am literally going to shut this room off. Ladies and gentlemen, and all those in between and outside of the beautiful Technicolor rainbow, it has been an honor and a privilege being your host. Thank you for taking this seriously, and thank you for me never having to actually moderate the conversation, because that was huge the first time I tried this, and look at that, I ain't had to mute nobody. When you don't hear dumb shit, you don't get dumb shit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the one and only Paradigm Shift, hosting you live here at twitch.tv/the_paradigm_shift. Remember to tell Twitch and YouTube and Twitter to give us all back our usernames. We all hate the underscores. And I will see you in the next one. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you later.
Bye.
See you all later.
Later. Oh, so I hope you enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. More of that. Less nonsense. Less goofies. We're going to raid out. We are going to raid the paradigm shift. It has been a pleasure. I will see you all on Monday. Yeah. No, brain fried. 5 hours is a lot for me. Especially without, real breaks. But I appreciate all of you. Drink your water. Eat some food. Take your meds if you forgot. Chuggy loves you. So do I.